And we should be live, sort of. And I was looking at the wiki. We actually have done all the side quests. And how's it going, Bells? Hopefully life is treating you well. You'll be gone for dinner? Hopefully it's good dinner. But, yeah, I think we might be finishing this today. If we do, I'll hop onto the other game and explain why I'm not reviewing the other game that I have in my queue right now. It's not a Souls-like, it's an action platformer kind of game with combat and stuff like that. But I figure I'll show it off a little bit, let you guys decide on it yourself. But it's motion sickness is the reason I won't be covering that one. We will, if we finish this today. Pillars 2, I'll probably start on Wednesday, because frankly, starting it in one day and then having 2 days of another game is a little bit rough. So that's probably what we're going to look at there. So that means tomorrow we might just have random game day. Yay. It might be Noita. I've been feeling the Noita itch. But we are in Pillars of Eternity 1. I'm going to turn my headphones up so I can actually hear stuff. Do we actually have... I don't think we have the footstep bug. No, we don't. It'd be a crunch noise if we did. I don't know how to get into that Glenfathan home, but pretty much the only thing we have left to do is go to the tree. Tir Evron. I don't know how we would get the key to this place. There's been a few places where it says, you need a key, blah, blah, blah. This will require the proper key. And we've never gotten to them, like that chest in Defiance Bay was definitely one of them. So in we go. I like how we only have to explain to one of them. But I have a feeling today is going to be Elm's Reach into Burial Isle, and we'll be just done. If I had to hazard a wild guess. Should be easy enough. And let's see what else. As far as when the videos of this will be releasing, it's probably early February, because we still have Divinity Original Sin releasing until it's the first week of February that it finishes up. And then it'll be this going for a while. I've been trying not to split the episodes as much, at least of this, because, well, the file sizes are smaller and they actually render a bit faster than other games, which is a good thing. Is that actually accessible? Yes, it is. Check it out. But, oh yeah, we were going to check for a hidden item as well. Well, that sucks. Dang it. It's fine. I'm not too concerned about it. Got tribesman and tribeswoman. This is stealing. We also have... yeah, it's just the same stuff as before. It's going to be the same kind of mat as well. That one's not stealing. So they don't care about that one. Don't see anything in here that's hidden. Yeah, I've enjoyed this so far. I am very sorry that I bounced off of it whenever it first released. That would have been a fun Let's Play back then, too. I think it was because I wasn't streaming at the time, so I didn't really have a routine for recording the stuff. I did record daily, but I recorded multiple games at once. I think that's one thing that a lot of people are realizing whenever they do these long format ones. After a while, it may not be worth it to stream multiple games at once. It seems like it might be better for content creation purposes to focus in on one game, go through that, and then release it kind of situation. Just easier to stay on task and remember what the hell you were doing. That said, I have actually forgotten various things whenever it comes to this area and this game while just proceeding through it normally. I looked at the time for the save. It's almost 90 hours. That means we've probably spent about 80 something, like low 80s on actual playing through it. Because I'll have the game open a bit before and a bit after actually starting the stream. You look unique. Never before has a man slipped past with so much ease. A sign, a dark sign. It has come to pass. We should not have We could not have foreseen it. The Delimgon could not either.
Many blessings, traveler.
And what does this tell us? Estramor, excuse us. We are not used to your kind here under the great trees. If we can assist you, we will. Tell me of the man you speak of. Not Glenfarthon. Broke into the tower here at Elm's Reach. Nobody saw him come, not even the Delimgon. Moved in silence, like a Stelgar in the shadows. Our hunters caught no scent until it was too late. But we heard the stones crack, and then he stepped inside of Ter Evron. Dark omen, I say. Delimgon, what are they? They are ancient children of the giant elms. Our people have lived with the two sisters in peace since we arrived hundreds of years ago. Delimgon call us friends. We call them our own kin, our protection, their wisdom. Together we are a strong bond. They have always lived under the shadow of the great elms. Walk until you cross the stream, and there you'll find the Delimgon sisters. Oh, we get to get information. First things first, we go ahead and check all the buildings for lootables. Because if it ain't bolted down, it ain't yours. If it doesn't have a pickpocketing or theft flag, it ain't yours. That is a large purple space. It has... Oh, starlit garb. This somber set of robes is flecked with bright, shimmering points of white in imitation of a starry night sky. It was commissioned by an aging scholar whose love of astronomy and failing eyesight pressed her to request a set of enchanted garb which would allow her to pursue her studies for years to come. And it's not bad. It's got defense versus spells. That's actually fairly decent. But I don't think we'll use it. We could go back and do the White March and forge up some more metal to make that actually have a 0% cooldown. I'm slightly curious what that would look like, but at the same time, the damage reduction, not too great. And I am putting stuff in our inventory, aren't I? Yes, I am. Note to self, each time you load, please remember... Put it in the box. We might have a reading session where I read a bunch of these books. Because there are a lot of them. We only have 2 pages, but you can see we have multiples of some of these. Sort it by type. 10 Years of Dawn, Beloved Land. Yeah, we have a bunch of books here. It'd be like trying to read through the Skyrim books at this point, but I don't think we're going to be doing that. It's just something if I feel like I don't want to play a game for a day. I sort of do want to play Noita tomorrow, though. It intrigues me. It would make me happy to cover Noita. Okay, let's see. Anybody else here have any kind of information, it look like? I doubt it. I doubt this is actually going to be a path to where we want to go. Yeah, it's not. We will eventually be going to Burial Isle. I can pretty much guarantee it. And we have done pretty much all of the side quests we have access to. The ones that we don't have access to are... the one specific to the Paladin character that we missed somehow by some strange coincidence. Quinkdink, if you want to. Yeah, there we go. Coincidence. I can use words. But we missed that, and there's some hunts we could do. I forgot that the warden at Caed Nua, our home base, has some bounties we can do, but I haven't ever picked them up. Okay, do you guys actually have anything to say? You speak like a fisher crane, quick and clever. Guard your tongue around the 3 Tustelgar, they are also quick to anger. Are any of your things lootable? Negative Ghost Rider. Yeah, I don't want to anger them. There's no point for it whenever all we'd be getting is basic crafting ingredients. Seems to be what most of the stuff hiding in homes is. So it's not a huge deal. There's the Golden Grove. There's the Hall of Warriors. I'm guessing Where did it say they were at? Under the giant trees of Elm's Reach. So I'm guessing that they're going to be just across the river in this area. So I want to check the Hall of Warriors. And also this area over here. I doubt there's anything too terribly important here. But summon the warriors from every tribe. No, please don't. We do not need another war. Ovate's guard. Keep peace in our sanctuary. Aye, Ovate. Okay. Leda is one of the most skilled herbalists among us. I, Ove Torona, reveals the mysteries of the natural world. Okay. So they're just generic nobles, I guess, over there? Welcome, Estermore. I've got herbs and potions for sale. Looking for something to ease your travels or something to make them more interesting? White leaf. Nice way to spend an afternoon and the following night and most of the next day. I'd like to see your stocks. What do you have? Some crafting ingredients. You have some more celery. Probably use that to just top off our ingredients real quick. I do want to see, can we enchant anything useful? Enchant. We do have attribute binding and proofing on you. Since we're going into the end game, I will be doing some enchanting real quick. So we have armor, weapons are pretty much the only things we can enchant. He's already got... I think that's Guard's Chorus is what? Yeah, that's a piece of equipment, so we can't do that. Ring of Wonder, Ring of Thorns, Lilith's Shawl. We don't have an intellect boost on him, but that's not going to matter very much. We could just up Resolve or Constitution. I think, frankly, out of the ones that we have, I think Resolve might be slightly more useful. Although Fortitude on him is what? 102? Yeah, it's not that much difference. I wouldn't mind. Actually, let's go for Resolve, because that's going to boost our will as well. So, Enchant, Attribute bonus, Resolve. We got plenty of stuff for that. Enchant. And proofing-wise, or quality-wise, we could go up to Legendary. We only have enough to do 2 up to Legendary. I think it is important to bring his up to it, because it's currently exceptional. We weirdly enough don't have the ingredients for Superb, but we do have the ingredients for Legendary, which is comical to me. That's only 10,000 copper as well, so yes. There you go. You have damage reduction. You already have it White Forged. So that's going to be as good as we can get for him. We can't enchant his weapons. You are our lowest priority. You... Enchant, quality... Oh, and we don't have enough enchant space to actually do a legendary on that. We already have proofing and White Forge on it. Weapon can't have anything done to it because it's soul forged. You are our second wizard, so quality-wise, we could go up to legendary on you. I don't know if we want to. I think we might want to do it on him. Simply because he's our healer, so yeah, getting that extra bit of defense there is pretty integral. I probably should have gotten a White Forge for his, because I keep forgetting that I do have the stuff to do that. I can get one more White Forge enchantment. And I will go with... I think I'm going to go with Corrode Proofing on him. There's that for you. Because his weapon is unique, so we could enchant that too. No White Forge. Slaying... I don't know what we're going to be running across in here. It's going to be a mix of Kith, which is going to be the people who are of the Leaden Key. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like Spirit or Vessels. I'm just going to go with Kith Slaying, because I think that's the most likely thing for us to run across. That doesn't have enough slots for... Oh, we could have gotten extra damage on that. Oops. And we don't have enough for legendary or anything like that. So it's fine. He'll do extra damage against Kith. And no, we can't strip that off. Once you put it in, it's there for life. You already got your attribute bonuses. Can't do a legendary. We could do a proofing. I'll just go with the corrode proof. Actually, burn or corrode? I think corrode, because I think we're going to be running across mages. And that's a very common element for the spells. And you could go to legendary on that. That just uses... Oh, it uses 2 Kraken Eyes, so we can only bring 1 up to legendary. Of course, we're not using anything but bound weapons, so why not? Secondary damage, don't need. Slaying, don't need. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a secondary damage, but you can't equip it with legendary, apparently, with that. Because it has too many other mods. Like the disorientation and stun. So I think that is good for us. Yeah, we don't have enough to go on there. You already have that up. And yes, we can right-click and see how much of the enchantment is used up. So, damage reduction. Pretty low on our mages, but not terrible. Although 16, I guess, is decent, so... Our ranger is the lowest. I guess we should enchant that a little bit. It's already superb. I don't know what attribute we want on her. Proofing we could probably do as well. Let's go ahead and see what attribute we need on her. That'd be C. She's got Might from the Skull, Girdle. You could use Dex. And Intellect and Resolve don't have boosts. I think Resolve is going to be more important. Dex would be nice, but Resolve is more important. So attribute, Resolve 2, Enchant. Really easy to set up there, because, frankly, we've got the resources for it. As far as potions and stuff like that, I don't think there's anything we particularly need. All of these are just max endurance boosts with a various stat boost. They do stack on top of what we already have. So you can kind of mess around with some buffs that way, but I don't think it's going to really help us that much. Scroll-wise, we don't... I mean, immunity to Charmed is a pretty nice one, but you require what level of lore for it? Level 12 lore, so most people aren't going to be able to use that. I don't think even most of the characters here have very high lore to begin with. Yeah, you have 0 lore. You have 2, so it's pretty much just her, Aloth. So 7 and 11 for making scrolls. So craft. We need level 7 probably for, I'm guessing, level 4? No, that requires level 8. So this and lower. That might be handy. Stag's Horns, which is not bad. It causes pierce damage. Yeah, I'll craft a couple of those. Let's go with 6. We have some level 11 ones, so we could do Against Imprisonment. That's level 10 lore required, so we could do that. I'm just seeing if there's some other semi-useful things that we could do. Missile Barrage is not bad, but I would much rather have a really high damage thing, so maybe Maelstrom. Because that only requires 10 lore to use. How many can we make? Quite a few. Okay, so we have Scrolls of Nonsense. So we'll throw Revival Scrolls on both of you. I'll go ahead and craft a couple more of those. They're level 3. So both of them have packs of scrolls that they can use. I'm going to take it instead of the regeneration ones. We'll drop the revival on there. And once we've used up summons, we'll take them off in case we can't rest. If we can rest, all the better. Okay, so that's fine there. I think we are ready to go in. There really is not much else that we can mess with. Although these are what? Level 6? I think she has 6 lore. She does. So she can take one of these stacks. You can take Maelstrom. And do you already have Revival? I'm pretty sure. And you're lore 11. So you're going to take a Maelstrom. So that gives us a little bit of recovery options. And a little bit of revival options. Of course, revival on her is not going to be super useful. She's usually the first target. But yes, we have tons of resources, and we haven't really crafted much to begin with. There's Ovate's guard. Hi. These guys, like, have nothing to say. Welcome to the Golden Grove, traveler.
Builder's wisdom to you.
Do you seek the wisdom of our herbalists, or simply to bask in Wrath's glory? Retha's glory, sorry. Tell me about the Golden Grove. We are the Ovates, druids, philosophers, and students of nature. We gather here to share our knowledge and celebration. Many travelers come to us for poultices and remedies. Bleda understands the cures and poisons of nature like no other. Who leads it? Irona leads us. She sometimes journeys to Elmshore to renew her strength. However, she's there now with some of her closest followers, in fact. Irona is a mighty elm among us. She's lived for generations. There are none who understand the world as well as she. We are fortunate to have her wisdom to answer our questions. Tell me more about Irona. Why, you must meet her for yourself. She's wise and kind, and she has led our order from the beginning. Yet she walks among us and gives us freely of herself. That is what so many of us cherish about her. She is present among us in ways that the gods never are. Cool. What do you believe? We believe that the knowledge is found in the earnest exploration of the natural world. We do not, as some have said, oppose the gods. We simply believe that we have found a brighter, more peaceful path than devotion. So yeah, not much dialogue here to be had with people. So all the Ovates are just there. We do have some lootables and some things we can look at in the bush. Oh, golden leaves. Nice. You have a name.
Hail, Estramor.
Hail to you! May your time in the Golden Grove be enriching. If you are in need of services, speak to Bleda. She will see your concerns. What can you tell me about the Golden Grove? We are naturalists, philosophers, herbalists, and teachers. The Ovates of the Golden Grove know that true wisdom comes from the study of the natural order. We endeavor to teach others to explore the world for themselves. Interesting, interesting. The bark feels warm. The roots almost seem to twine around your hand. Not much here. It looks like there might be an exit here. To what? I'm not sure, because it didn't show anything to the east of this. It's just a generic exit, so you don't get... Okay, that's fine. We haven't done Old Song. I will check it out. I doubt there's going to be much there for us. The reason we didn't do Old Song is we were just heading straight to deal with the people being hunted. Maybe we should do that before we cross the bridge here. That might be a wise idea. Yeah, we'll check it out before we cross the bridge. Keep thinking Stelgar is a name, but no, it is critters. Where are you going, dumbass? Why do you have to go outside to get that? Okay, fine. Whatever. To each their own. These are just generic warriors. Are you just a generic warrior? I can't see your name behind your speech. No, that's Arthwin. A lanky hunter grooms his stubble, patched fuzz of blonde hairs, while listening attentively to a young elven woman. She whispers in his reddened ears and giggles. With his head still lowered, he flashes a wide smile in return. Adjusting the microphone real quick. There we go. The hunter notices you. He clears his throat and straightens his back, adopting an air of dignity. I've been expecting you. My tribesmen have told me that you're to speak the truth about Fjorm's exile. He combs his sparse stubble, darting a glance to the elven one. Well, Arthwin doesn't hide from the truth. Ask and I'll answer. Okay. Oh, this is the ghosty guys in the place up north. Okay. I know you're lying. Fjorm tricked you and fought the Stelgar alone. They killed each other. Hunter's wide smile retreats behind his uneven stubble. I never. His skin reddens through the patches of fuzz as he stumbles for words. The elven woman takes a step back, staring at Othwin with her mouth open in disbelief. You wouldn't. She quickly looks at you and then turns her back to the hunter. Do you understand what the tribes will think of us? Of our people? They already step on us if we're filthy maggots. We're the twice split arrows. We're broken. They have a history, glory, and they spit on us who have nothing. Foreigner, please. The others say you're kind and merciful. Speak the truth that would set us free, I beg you. I'm going to enjoy sinking your reputation even lower than it already is. Ouch! Some of these are mean. The cruel ones especially are just like, fuck you guys. It's harsh. I mean, that's what they're supposed to be. Your drive deserves hope, and I may just help you with that. For the sake of my people, speak for us in the Anamenfath. For us, speak your truth. Wow. Oh, I wish I could have seen you do it. No, you don't. He basically got someone murdered. Murdered. This it didn't, like, for the most part, the game didn't have a bunch of like weird innuendos in it, but kind of here towards the end, they're slipping them in there. Let's see how you use your big spear. Come on, game. Game. It's just one of those. Come on, please. Okay, so we need to duck out of here real quick, check the part of the city we didn't explore, because this is going to be progression. And we've done pretty much everything else, so we might as well go all the way and clean it all up. Because that's how things work. Old song, except it's weird that it's an hour's travel, though. Just trucking along forever. But yeah, we will be doing Pillars of Eternity pretty much right after this. But I don't want to start it on... Oh, where are we at? There we are. Are you a... Oh, you're just a protector. You looked kind of weird at that angle. Let's just double check. Can't go in there. That's just up. That's up to where we fought the poachers and stuff and got the white deer scene. You know, we are getting our fair share of this is creepy scenes. That's the noon frost. I'm going to keep exploring this area out here for a moment. Just to see if I get more visions, because we've already gotten 2 here. And it's all been of people getting tortured. Hi, Dorval.
Many blessings, traveler.
It has been a very long time since an outsider sought passage to the Burial Isle. What is Burial Isle? It is a sacred place, for it sits upon the great works of the builders. There, by our ancestors, all of our Anamfoths are laid to rest. Few go there, my friend. It is not a place where the living to walk. It is not a. Am I having a stroke, or is that just written weird? It is not a place where the living to walk. I don't think that sentence. It's not a place where the living like to walk. I think there's supposed to either be an additional word there or less words there. Is it dangerous? Those I bring to the island return the same way, or else not at all. It is home only to the dead. Spirits, shades of the builders remain, and watch over our Anamfotha. They are bound to the island and protect it fiercely. Okay, so we will be going there. Probably to see horrible things. There's a mind hunter. Do you mind hunting? I'm instructing Estermore. What do you need? Nothing. The Fangs are the ones that we ended up fighting out there, by the way. Hi, Delum.
What brings you here?
Salutations, Estermore. I am known as Delum, chanter of Old Song. I trust you are enjoying the beauty of this sacred place. Are you the resident? What can you tell me about it? Old Song is a sacred site, home to many of the builders' finest works. Galawain's Maw, Hylia's Temple, and the Rimgrand's Temple, known as Noonfrost, can be found here. Visitors are a rare sight in the Old Song. Whatever it is that brought you here, be thankful that you have the privilege to see this place with your own eyes. Are you the resident entertainer? I sing to entertain Old Song's visitors, but alas, the crowds have thinned into little more than a trickle. The chill wind from Rimgrand's Temple is driving people away. Now I sing, but nobody listens. My music is without purpose. But I know of a solution, a way for me to make my songs warm and passionate, countering Rimgrand's incessant chill. All I need are a few rare songbirds. I could eat them and absorb their musical energy. With that kind of musical prowess in my soul, I could sing a song that could bring back the merry crowds. You want to eat the songbirds? I don't think it works that way. Eating the muscles of an animal makes you stronger, right? And if you consume green stalks, do you not take their pungent smell, even down to the water you pass? Just as one cannot sweat if one is parched, one cannot sing without a nourished soul. It's all very basic. Did your parents teach you nothing of the food dropping cycle? I'll leave you to your nonsense. I'm not getting you birds to eat, bud. Not songbirds, at least. I'll get you some chicken. I'm not gonna. And the thing is, I know where the songbirds are. I'm not gonna steal someone's songbirds just for him to eat them. They're their pets. No. We have done some shady side quests. We have murdered countless people. I'm not doing that. Nope. Just nope. And yes, we are 4 levels too high to this because we did White March. So we should have an easy time with the rest of the game. Except for maybe, like, the final boss kind of stuff. Because I have a feeling, judging by how they've done a lot of things in this game, it's going to be very control-focused.
The mindless beast, easily brought to heel by the fire.
And no, I am not a huge fan of our Priesty Boy's lines. He's messed up in the head. If we have to sacrifice someone, he's going to be it. He is like medieval MAGA. Welcome to the Noonfrost. Most of the temple is currently closed for sacred ceremonies of Rimgrand. The shrine is to your right. You're welcome to make your offerings to Rimgrand there, but the rest of the temple is off limits. Tell me about Rimgrand. He's the god of cold, entropy, and collapse. Many see him as a harsh god, but few recognize that he also gives life in his own way. All things wind to a merciful end in his shadow, only to feed creation elsewhere. But he is a silent god, and his ways are mysterious. To follow him is to accept inevitability without explanation. This matter and the legacy, it seems the gods are often silent when we most crave guidance. If that is all, why is it mostly closed? Middle of sacred ceremonies, they're rather complex and we don't permit outsiders to witness them. Others of my clan get rather touchy about them, which is why you should visit the shrine and take your leave. What are you doing here? and they journeyed from the White that Wends to pay homage to Rimgrand here at Newdfrost. We learned that this place had been abandoned for several years, and we felt it our duty to tend one of our god's oldest temples. It has been a long journey, but Rimgrand demands endurance. No doubt he will reward us for ours. Goodbye. We will read that. You're a thick layer of frost, so we can go this way, according to what he said. That is stealing. I think this is... The water well is frozen solid, trapping small fish from the lake underneath the temple. Jeez. Is this place a... Ooh, this is a fairly decent-sized map. I don't think we want to start a war with them yet. I'm going to save, just to be on the safe side. Okay, so this is going to be an off-limits... Hold. Venturing beyond all doors is forbidden. Do not trespass against our will. Okay, fine. Each line and wrinkle of this warrior's weather-beaten frown has been chiseled from ice. I will break your lock.
There, done.
Just wait for this guy to go. Leave us. I must rob you blind. Well, there's a key to this place. No farther! I am well aware. So we can go through any unlocked doors, I take it. We've done this song and dance before, right whenever we got into this village. Just have to find the right person to talk to. There's no guards on this door, though. I mean, if they don't see us go in... I don't think that'll end right. So we've explored this area. I think we go back to the tree and figure out stuff there. Because I have a feeling we do the tree, then we come back here, figure out what's going on here, and then we go into the water. That's if I had to guess. I don't actually know. I haven't played this far into the game before. Excuse me. I had to take a drink there. And I intentionally did not spoil myself on it because I did raid another streamer who was a bit further along than me. I watched for a little bit, but I ducked out before they got to this part. So let us see. Map-wise, we've done everything I can think of here.
Ominous.
Yeah, we looked at Hylia's shrine, I think. I know we came from Elm's Reach district entrance. There's Hearthsong, and this is to Elm's Reach. So we can check here. I don't think there was anything here. But we have Path to Burial Isle and Noonfrost. I do want to do those. What are you doing here? Okay.
We can't stay down here. Someone must go to the nest eventually.
Two wood elves, a man and a woman, wear colorful robes embroidered with matching emblems, a winged egg. Apart from their clothing, they couldn't be more different. She folds her arms and continually scowls at the broken walls around them. He, on the other hand, mutters prayers, his shade-dappled face as tranquil as the cloudless sky.
Just how are we supposed to worship the Sky Mother from among the weeds, This is a disgrace.
Calm yourself. We should be grateful that she protected us from the winged terror. Besides, even here we have a visitor.
What is this winged terror you speak
A
of?
dragon. One that has taken up residence in the nest, the true temple of Helia, and slain many of her faithful. And one which a new one has been in favor of killing from the beginning.
But no, you advised caution. Now word spread that the dragon ate a few of our followers, and anyone willing to slay it wants an Anumfoth's ransom for the job.
I told you a larger party wouldn't stand a chance. By the time the first half reached the top of the mountain, the second half would still be stuck in the pass. They'd be burned alive. Contrary to Anuin's suggestion, I am in favor of sending someone to kill the dragon. But I suggest a smaller party, and one willing to seek Helia's blessing.
I decided to let the dragon and its young stay in the nest.
Are you insane? There's no telling how many kit those monsters will kill. How could you let them live?
If the Queen of Birds saw fit to conceive such a creature in her own skies, then who are we to destroy it? This is not the outcome I have prayed for, but perhaps it is Helia's will nonetheless. Perhaps speaking to her at Terevron will illuminate the matter.
What else do you have to say? I'd like to know more about
Why,
Hylia.
she's the goddess of song, art, the sky, and maternity. She's gentle and brilliant, speaking to her followers in dreams, inspiration, and birdsong. It is said that she wears a cloak adorned with a feather from every bird known to Kith or Wilder, and that she manifests in the flocks themselves.
Aye, and in the screams of childbearing, which I can assure you is not so beauteous a thing.
And this is true, which is why midwives are widely considered clergy of Helia, as are many artists and poets. In any case, those of us who follow her feel closest to her splendor in a place where we might share light, song, and a view of the blessed sky.
What will you do now? We will continue to worship Hylia as we always have. As much as we treasured the nest as a legacy of the builders, it was only a place. We still have the sky above us as much as now as ever. Who knows, perhaps we shall reach even more of her devotees from here. I mean, I could go kill that. I don't wanna. Mainly because I don't think killing it is the right thing to do. It looked fairly abandoned up there. It didn't seem like they were maintaining it in the first place. Okay, Elm's Reach, we do the stuff here, and hopefully it leads us west. And through the Frosty Temple of Doom. Although I've already, weirdly enough, gotten the achievement for going to all the areas on the map. I haven't even been to the river area, and it's like, This seems odd. But I guess it doesn't count that as part of the stuff that you've been to, or maybe that's because it's the end game area. So once you go there, you might not be able to come back. I really don't know. Either or is fine. Well, that's a new thing. Oh, Twitch is changing stuff again. No! Now let's go ahead and pick their locks.
There! There! Done!
I think we'd still have, yeah, she hasn't leveled up to 16 yet, so we do kind of need to get them their XP. That's theft. That's theft. That's theft. I have a feeling we'll eventually get the chance to loot all this. Crates contain a few necessities of the Glenfathan traveling party: furs and blankets, sturdy hide clothing, and gifts carved of Audra. Neat. None of these have names. Retest warriors. That's still theft. Yeah, this is the only other spot in this place. Is there a named person in here? There's Simok. Though simple and unadorned, the blades are made of sharp and finely tempered steel. Sweet. So you're the named one.
Tread carefully, Estermore.
Not many Estermorans who are permitted into our sacred city. Bethel must be feeling especially soft today. You think he'd mind if I petted? God damn it. Remember how that worked out last time. Okay. Come to hear your future, Terevron. Oh, at Terevron. Or to make your own at Blood Sands? Tell me about the three tusked Helgar. The boldest and fiercest of the 6 great tribes of Ergel and Thoth. It was we who first defended against the Estremoran who came to shore 200 years ago. We have always been the border tribe, and it has always fallen to us to hold the line against outsiders and invaders. What do you do here? As Onumfoth of the Three Tustelgar, I guide our tribe in all matters. I am in Twin Elms to confer with some of the other Onumfotha about Onalfen, or your Hollowborn. We only have such births here on occasion, but it has made us more vigilant about our neighbors. There are some of us who believe your Onalfen may to be a punishment for the defilement of the builder's sites. Others say it's plague carried by the Estramoran. People make it what they want it to be, and then it ends. If it ends, they'll make up reasons for that too. Okay, what's Blood Sands? Ancient place of sacrifice in a cave by the great elms themselves. Reston and his druids have been an integral part of the Glenfothan society for generations. No matter what some of the other tribes might say, Air Glenfoth has held its own against the Estramoran because some of us still understand the power of sacrifice. Does the thought make you uncomfortable? It should. It is what kept our society alive for so long. You don't seem fond of us. I fought in the Broken Stone War and the War of Black Trees. I saw my brethren cut down defending places of the builders, and I shed blood alongside Galvin Regd himself. Now, the Estramoran seem to think that they will find a cure for their empty children among our sacred sites, or worse, that they'll find sanctuary in our lands, and I've seen what happens when they set their sights on Glenfothan's soil. What I've seen, those sacred sites might actually have a cure. They protect those sites because someone told them to. You just wish they'd have the courage to question it. Okay. Let's see. Isn't there room for you both? In 200 years, Defiance Bay and New Hiamar have outgrown their own crooked cobblestones. They rupture and reek like bloated corpses. No, inviting them into our lands would be the end of us. In my 250 years, I've led my people through 2 wars. Our borders have remained intact, and largely through the reputation of the Three Tustelgar. I've sired a dozen children, but none have been deemed fit to take my place. I cared nothing for the legacies that obsess the Estramoran lords, but it is important that my successor continue this path. If your own children don't succeed you, what happens? Ordinarily, the Riao would turn to others in my tribe, the clan heads and their families. Ordinarily, but we share a tradition of fostering the children of other tribes, and the Onumfoth of Fisher Crane has trusted his youngest in my care. And none of my own blood are fit to take my place. The Riao will look next to this bog child, the kin of another Onumfoth and my foster daughter, to take my place. Bog child? I have nothing but respect for Fisher Crane, but their ways are not ours. The Orlans of Fisher Crane have lived in thin bog for 1,000 years. They are cunning and furtive by nature, which serves them well when they have swamplands to hide their movements, but this will not deter the Estramoran on open ground. Our savagery has deterred the Estramoran from further encroachment. They still tell our deeds of the Broken Stone War, but if a child of Fisher Crane leads our tribe, we will lose that boldness, and the Estramoran will lose their fear of us. The child will be influenced by the souls of her ancestors. In times of crisis, she will look to her kin in the Thane Bog for guidance. No matter what I might try to teach her, it will not be enough. There is a way you could help, if you have the stomach for it, but I think it would suit someone of your inclinations. Wow, just because we have aggressive, that was stuff we decided in Act 1. I don't think we ever even did aggressive outside of that, except maybe once. But we are aggressive. Go on. This Orlan girl has the soul of a leader. If it were passed to one of my own offspring, our tribe would remain strong. The Druids of Blood Sands have a way to do this. They understand the importance of a strong line of succession for the Three Tustelgar. So all we have to do is steal a baby's soul. Good lord. There's a house in the southeast of Hearthsong, next to the river. The child will be asleep, and I've arranged for her to be unattended for a time. Take her and bring her to keep her rod in the Blood Sands. She knows what must be done, and when she presents you with the liquid essence, bring it back to me. What will they do with the child? Have you seen the rituals in the Blood Sands? She will sacrifice her. It is the only way to distill her essence. Rather distill him into a right fine paste. I don't see why you need me. I don't see why you need me to do this, because I cannot do it without attracting undue attention. I don't relish passing my own burdens onto another, but this will incite war between our tribes if I am caught. How can you expect to get away with this? If you know the girl is here, and one Orlin babe will look much like the same as the next. But let me worry about this. Tell me about the potion. Essence bound and distilled into a liquid. It will have little immediate effect on me, but it will weave a stronger soul in my future issue. In other words, spiritual Viagra. We've had Viagra twice in this act. Remind me where I can find the child. She's staying in the Hearthsong. I won't do this. I do not relish the deed, but 2 centuries of leadership have taught me that all things bear a cost. Consider it well, Estermore. I'm not above rewarding those who are of service. Goodbye. Did we actually get the key to do that? Tell me we didn't get the key for that. I'm hoping we did not. Nope, we did. I'm not stealing a child. A young man approaches you with a swift and purposeful stride. While you've never met him before, he has the same stern, wild look as Samak. He doesn't speak until he's right next to you. When he does, his voice goes quiet. Wait, I saw you speaking with my father. What's this about? He's asked you to sacrifice Vela, hasn't he? Maybe he's right about the 3 Tustelgar growing weak, but if this is the price of strength, it isn't worth it. The tribes have survived this long because we've stuck together. To wonder if Simok didn't feed him to his Stelgars. Yeah, that's probably it. You have another idea? There's an herbalist among the Ovates of the Golden Grove. Leda, that's her name. They all gather southeast of here by the river. She could brew a poison. Simok wouldn't know the difference until it's too late. There's the family resemblance. I agree there. If Simok dies, you're next in line? It's not like that. The Rio have already determined that my soul isn't strong enough. Whoever follows my father, it won't be me. No, you don't need to call the cops on me. I'm not killing the child. We might poison Simok, though. We'll see. Why not just return the child to her birth parents? It's complicated. A child sent to be fostered by another tribe isn't allowed to return. Unfortunately, explaining that we're shielding her from my father would make matters such worse for both tribes. There's an easier way to kill him, you know. His warriors would surround you in no time, and we would kill them all too. I've got to think about this. I hope you don't have to think too hard about it. I'm warning you now, Estermore. Don't go anywhere near Vela. I'm my father's son in one regard, anyway. I mean, we have the key to it, so we can do this quest and then just go open that place on our own. How's it going, by the way, Adam? Welcome to the stream. I'm having my morning coffee. Popping my morning neck. Feeling old, but thinking we might actually finish this today. It's a lot better than I thought it was whenever I first tried it back in the day. I think I only got a couple hours in the first time I tried it. Okay, so we're looking for Leda. You can make certain poisons. Poisons, I only deal in tonics that heal and enlighten. Of course, many beneficial substances can be harmful when taken in great quantities, but that's just what Wereth's way of keeping things in balance. Really, what kind of substances? Oh, there's plenty. Concentrated caro golem, undistilled spider venom, rotten blood moss extract, cave coral mixed with... Venom's going to be too obvious. Blood moss, maybe. Stelgar's dying. He wants to ease the creature's passing. Poor thing. Here, take this. It works slowly, but this will send him back to the cycle kindly enough. Just see that it doesn't get misplaced. Half of this dose would kill an Amalan. Goodbye. Okay. So we've got a poison. Bleda's poison just immediately made me think the Cusco's poison. The poison for Cusco. I actually don't remember his name. Is it Cusco? Cusco? Cusco. There it is. It's been... I haven't watched that for years. And fun fact, I haven't watched it all the way through. It's one of those movies that I've watched kind of in passing, in bits and pieces. Okay, so we've got a quick save. Oh, here's a potion you asked for. Resolve. He reaches out. Okay. He just did. Something's wrong. What are you trying to give me? He reaches out with a hand gnarled by age and battle. He clutches the vial close to one faded blue eye. To my tribe's salvation. He drains the vial in one long gulp. He swallows, and after sputtering for several seconds, he glares at you. His breath sounds ragged and wet. You poisoned me. He begins to raise his hand to the warriors in the room. Just swallowed a mixture of concentrated essence of blood. How did you expect to feel? I suppose I should thank you for your service. Safe travels, Aramor.
Hail, Estremor.
And we got what from the major adventure? Just junk. Okay. Think more songs. I wonder. I'm going to quick save again. Because it keeps, I think, 5 quick saves.
What brings you here?
He asked me to kill you. I almost wish you spoke true. He doesn't have the ferocity to plot something like that. If he did, I would not lack a proper heir now. Goodbye. You're gonna die, bud. So when we leave here and go back in, is he just gonna be dead inside? He didn't just immediately die. Which is fine. Yes, I'm intentionally leaving and re-entering to see if it updates him to be dead. Or if it's just going to take a few days for him to slowly wither away. Oh, there's a lot more warriors out here. Oh, he is gone. And there's children running around. Intriguing. Okay, so the person we need to move around is you. So that. Couple books. I'll pop them in case there's anything in there that unlocks for us. This one doesn't seem to do that. But I want to check it anyway. In a number of games, you'll actually get new options whenever you... Yeah, he is just not here anymore. But you'll get new options whenever you open a book. Stuff like that. So do any of them have anything to say about them dying? Okay, so none of them even care. None of them even mentioned it. That he's dead. So weird to me. That feels wrong. Feels very, very wrong. Ah. Coffee. Okay. Tell me about your tribe. Goodbye. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, good night. I'm glad I'm gone because your speech is real shite. Hey, it didn't flow as well as it should have, but present and accounted for. So now that we've done that quest, I'm going to go sneak into that building. Why? Because I am actually curious as to what's in there. And I think we get XP for revealing the map. It's just one of those things. This game does give you XP for just showing up. Like putting your name on the test, you get 5 points. So this is right here. I do find it weird that... Yeah. They just keep the old stone buildings kind of floating around. And build around them rather than building into them. Although that's not uncommon. Fruit. Milk. Smells of freshly cooked game. Grease spatters on the... Okay, can we actually interact with that? An Orland baby lies in the crib, tiny and dark-furred. Though her eyes are closed when she sleeps, she squirms under the blanket and nuzzles a pillow. Kid, you get another day to live. Yeah, I'm not murdering a baby just so somebody can have the successor they want. We got ourselves some milk and fruit for it. I am sold. The child bribed me better than him. I do wonder how that's going to change the ending, though. Are the tribes going to fall apart? Because there's going to be like a civil war or something, or they'll get taken over? Because I do know we get like an epilogue of sorts. It is part of how the game is structured. Okay, so across the bridge we go. I will save first. We've made our decisions. Our end one's a little bit less... Oh, hi.
You have stayed true to our cause, Inquisitor, when so many others have not. For every heretic we confess, for every betrayer that burns on our pyres, new sheep continue to flock to Iavara ex Incios. But not you. I underestimated you in the beginning, but no longer.
You honor me, Grand Inquisitor.
It is not for honor that I summoned you today, but for duty. Too many of our own have confessed upon the wheel and the rack and the flame. Too many of our faithful have had their minds poisoned by the Kratom witch. The tide is against us now. We have but one option. Iavara's following must see her exposed for what she is. She must confess her heresy before my court.
How would we reach her?
Not in Kratom, surely. Their lord has embraced her heathen faith and protects her with his army. But in Oceanus, things would be different. The king of Oceanus is a sinful man. We have helped him to see the error of his ways, and now he fears for his soul. He would pay any price for absolution.
But how would we get Iavara to move to Oceanus?
You have already done much for the Inquisition. I wouldn't ask this were there any other choice.
We are going mad. Completely and utterly mad. Hello. Druids. The two identical women seem to fade into view as they move away from their great trees and camouflage them. Oh, that camouflage them. Their skin is tree bark, rigid and scaly, wreathed in curling tangles of roots, buds, and blooms. Their hair hangs beneath the shade of serrated leaves like the drooping branches of the elms above, and the pupils of their eyes are encircled by hundreds or even thousands of concentric rings, as if to mark the accumulated wisdom of millennia.
Turn around, flesh creature. Outsiders are not permitted to approach the elms.
Do you not feel it, sister? Something familiar, an ancient soul like the other one. Another defiler, no doubt. Let us fell her and be troubled no more. It would pay the debt of her predecessor.
So it would seem, Rhiannon. But we must not hasten to judgment. I see a different motive here. Different questions in these eyes.
What of it, young trespasser? Is it as my sister says? Or are you here to stain this place with foul deeds?
Let's see. I seek a man who came through here. It sounds as though you've already met him. There, by her own admission, Sita.
Really, sister? And you wonder why your leaves begin to fall out before midsummer. Clearly that man did not want to be followed. Whatever the relationship here, I suspect it is anything but cordial. The answer is yes, old one. We crossed paths with Theos not long ago, and we can tell you where he went. But I find it curious that anyone would seek him out. Suspicious, even. If we are to help you find him, we would know why.
Stopping him might end Waidwin's legacy, or he must face justice for his transgressions, are the most likely ones for us. I think her song is her poison. Oh, poison is. Oh, the song Poison, yeah. Toxic. Let's see. I'm gonna go with might end Waidwin's legacy.
So that is the reason he passed this way. This is low, even for the Leaden Key.
I told you we should have confronted him, Sheila. He has always been a poison.
It would have been the last thing we ever did, sister. Who can be said to have ever gotten the better of Theos?
Yes, but imagine how much fun it would have been. Can't you just picture him all strung up in vines like an angry little puppet?
I like Greenwood.
But that's not what this is really about, is it? You are bound to that man. I see it now. You are awakened. Your soul is awake, and something once buried deep now wells to the surface. Past overwhelms present, closes in around you. Your time has nearly reached its end.
I just need to get to him.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but Theos cannot give you what you seek. Nor can any man. An awakening cannot be undone, any more than your past can be undone.
Marowald said, "This is permanent? We did not come down this road together to be refused passage by a pair of talking saplings. Be chained to such a past, a bitter and grievous thing, Watcher. So this has all been for nothing. I'm going to lose my
The soul
mind."
is formless without a past to shape it. Did you truly expect to be able to wipe it away?
I'd rather have tried to put things right. A noble thought, but for the lifetimes that separate you from your problems.
However, as much as my sister speaks truly that there is no way back from an awakening, there may yet be a way forward. Would you agree, Sheila?
I would. Were the way not so likely to end in death.
There is a note that I want to make on this that I'm not sure how many people will pick up on, but the way they're pronouncing this actually has a purpose. With a lot of the names in this, I don't see the purpose. With this one, I actually do. Go look up some folklore from different regions if you want to figure it out, and a certain language. Anyway, were the not so likely to end in death. What is it?
The man Theos you must already know by now. You are linked by a common past. Something about it lingers within you, festering, unresolved. What it is I cannot see any more than you. And without that knowledge, your doom is certain. But were you to learn the source of this discord, perhaps it could be put to rest. Though it is equally possible it will trouble you as much now as it did then, and merely speed your condition to its end.
How do I unlock the rest?
You might wait for it to come on its own, of course. But when it comes, it will replace your sanity's last breath. Such is the nature of your condition.
Or you could learn it from someone who already knows.
Would Theos remember?
It is said the gods made his memory perfect, that he may never forget his charge. If he ever knew, he still does.
Not that he would tell you, of course.
You have followed the right person for the wrong reason, it seems. We see it often beneath the elms, the soul dragging mind and body to unknown places for unfathomable reasons. You may have wandered into Theos's path many times, in many lifetimes, without an awakening to show you why.
The only thing that's certain is you did not find what you sought.
You said you know where you went.
He has gone down beneath the tower to a place older than we, where the people of Engwith once walked. He makes his way to the buried city, Sun and Shadow.
May he stay down there and rot with the remains of his people.
He may yet. He won't be returning the way he came, that much is certain. He opened a secret path in the tower's base, and saw it destroyed behind him through some vile means.
Is there another way to get to him?
We know of one. On the burial isle, through the court of the penitents, Braeth Yaman. A shortcut, in fact.
Don't be cruel, sister. The way my sister speaks of is not for the faint of heart. A great pit at the center of a forgotten court, where faiths were judged in place of crimes. To most, it is simply a gateway to death. With the help of the gods, it can take you where you want to go.
What do you mean with the help of the gods?
The pit is said to have been a means of judgment by the gods. Those cast into it are meant to die. It is that way you must pass to reach Sun and Shadow. The court is old. We do not know much for certain, but it would seem only the gods themselves can grant passage.
What is this court?
No more than a ruin now. It is older than we. A place for the trial of heretics. We were not here to witness it, but at one time there was a group that refused to acknowledge the gods. Neither the first nor the last, of course, but these were numerous and all put on trial for it. Those who did not repent were cast into the pit and imprisoned below. The fall killed them, of course. The prison was not for people but for their souls, and their sentences were eternal. It is said that many of the condemned repented and were permitted by the gods to ascend from the pit, so long as they pledged their service to one of them. But these are old legends.
How would I get them to help me?
Behind us is Ter Evron, said to pierce the shroud itself and a place of communion with all gods. If ever there was a time for prayer, you have found it.
Who would I pray to? Any god you
I
can.
would pray first to those gods you like best. I hope for your sake the feeling is shared.
Is there no other way?
None.
How do I
Ter
pray?
Evron is also called the Hall of Stars, and the stars show us the allegiances of the gods. When stars are in conjunction, we know the gods they represent are aligned as well. You should choose a place to pray where you'll be closest to those you want to hear you. If a god stands alone, you should pray to that god. If they band together, you should address them all. Choose your words wisely, for all gods expect proper homage, and none has patience for fools.
So the only way is to pray for help.
Not the only way. Just the only one that doesn't end with your body impaled on jagged rocks.
Touche. Have other
What
questions?
do you wish to know?
Mention people come here without knowing why. Soul has a will of its own. Its needs and whims are seldom understood, but they follow them all the same.
There is something about this place that reaches beyond our understanding, something like a beacon. The elms have a way of uniting souls that have been seeking one another, with or without their owner's awareness. Sometimes it is for love, sometimes for vengeance, sometimes for peace. Often it is for no reason we will ever know. In your case, let us hope it is for peace.
Or vengeance.
I want to know more about the two of
There is
you.
little to be said about us, for we are bound here, caretakers and defenders of this place. Our journey has been over time, but not distance. Measured in observations, but not experiences. We have seen the elms grow tall. We have seen cities built, burned, and built again. The only constant has been the tower, a silent companion through the ages. You can imagine why this recent destruction has stirred my sister so.
If you do nothing else, make that man pay for what he did here.
Farewell.
Before you go, tell me this, old one. I'm curious. If you were to subdue your enemy, what would you do with him? What would give you peace?
I wish to undo the harm he's caused.
You would need to have twice as many lifetimes as he to repair his savage work.
But perhaps there are strides you can make.
All the same, think on this matter. Be assured in your course. In the end, it may mean all the difference, not just to his soul, but to yours. And be warned. Some questions have answers that can never be learned. And it is those that trouble the soul above all others. May you find an answer to yours.
Okay. So we get to go in there and do some praying. I do want to see this place. Supplicants. Okay, so we have the Court of Penitence. Need to travel there. Council of Stars. So we've got to ask for the favor before we go there. Oh, and we've got a major adventure too. We'll send people on it. Why? Because we care. Oh, lordy, lordy. Sorry for the big yawn. I'm still working on my coffee. There we go. I need to adjust one thing. There we go. Let's see what's on here. Keeper Garost. Hello. Your sacrifice feeds the land, supplicants. Come forth. Estramor, your kin doesn't come here to share with the tribes. What do you want? What is this place? It's the Blood Sands. As I said, Estramor rarely visit our halls. The Glanfathans call this place Blood Sands. We call it home. The Ethic Knoll have tended the land from within this cave since before the arrival of the tribes of Twin Elms. Be warned, Estramor, we bleed life to nurture it. Our sacrifices may strike you as savage, but the health of these lands depends on them, and it's unseemly for guests to insult their hosts. Tell me about the sacrifices. Everything must die to return anew, Estramor. Though through the sacrificial rites, we offer supplicants the honor of giving their most precious gift back to the brethren, back to the land. The blood gives us strength. Even the Glanfathans have come to depend on the blood paint. They brim with power before battle, all thanks to the sacrifices of their kin. Tell me about the Ethic Knoll. Our order has thrived for generations. Before we came to Twin Elms, our rites fed the lands of the Eastern Mountains. Now we share blood for Englanfath. To everything that must end, our sacrifice brings a new beginning. We sustain that's to what's to come. And we remember we're guests in the halls. Oh, this is a large place. Holy crap. I was expecting it to be just a small cave. And yes, I am venturing deep quickly. Hello. Goodbye. Keeper Werta, what is your story?
Hail, Estramor.
Welcome to the Blood Sands. It is rare that Estramor sets foot in these caverns. What brings you here, I wonder? What do you do here? I sell and maintain certain goods for the preservation of our order, and I perform some of the ritual sacrifices. I'd like to see what you have for sale. You have Jack Squat. We apparently got a shield in all this. I don't intend on using it. I don't intend on using any of your potions. You're an odd duck. Actually, I'm debating as to whether I want to pursue further quests or whether I want to just proceed with the main story, because we are almost max level even on our last character. Ooh, an Earth Blight. A tamed Earth Blight. There's some chanters. The bravest sons and daughters fall not by the sword of Estromoran, but by the daggers of their brethren. In other words, those who sacrifice are the most valuable to them. Got a bunch of supplicants. We're supplicants, not supplidoos. Oh. F5. Oh yeah, there's a lot of hidden doors we missed. I'm not going to bother with them. Well, look at all those traps. You too shall pass. Okay, let him do his thing. We got ourselves a regeneration belt. Sweet. And 2 traps that are absolutely useless. Although that's not a bad spell, it's just not something I'm particularly interested in. I do want to see where these footprints are going. I think this is a sacrificial altar. Yep. I suppose we could talk to him and see if he has anything. I don't think he's gonna. Oh, here comes the sacrifice.
As your blood flows, so shall your essence. Your life's energy shall feed the soil, and your soul's energy shall enrich the community. This is by your own choosing, supplicant?
Yes. The dwarf grips a hatchet in both hands and raises it over his head. He throws his shoulders forward and swings the weapon into the elf's chest, connecting with a meaty thump. Blood gushes around the blade, and the sacrifice's screams rend the air. That's why I prefer the wand to the blade. I mean, an axe is probably one of the most brutal ways to do this, especially an axe to the chest. That's not going to kill them quick. Despite his earlier agreement, the elf thrashes atop the stone table, his torso arching while his arms and legs remain tied in place. Meanwhile, the dwarf spreads his arms wide and allows blood to splatter his robes. When the elf is finally silent and still, the dwarf pulls his hatchet from the body and wipes it on his hem. Good lord. That's more brutal than I thought it would be. Aye?
No one comes to Blood Sands without a purpose. What is yours?
Who are
I am
you?
the Archdruid of the Ethic Null. For centuries it has been my duty to guide our rituals and guard our knowledge. It is work that requires a certain resilience, but it is not without its benefits.
I'm not going to deal with him. I'm trying to think what gods we've actually favored in this. I know the one of forgetting things is one that we actually got on the positive side of. And I wouldn't be surprised if a deer is another one that we're on the positive side of. Wait for it to pass.
There, done.
Yes, we are robbing the Temple of Sacrifices. The gift of sacrifice transmutes blood into water and essence into power. So saith the wise Alondo. For those that don't know. Ooh. That's not theft. It's just a place with lockpicks. Okay. You have a name. The petitioner before you is swaddled in loose-fitting robes. Her hair is greasy and matted. A glossy film of sweat and grime coats her exposed skin. She has the swollen features of pregnancy and several missing teeth in her big, grinning smile. As you approach, she slowly turns and examines you from head to toe, smiling the entire time. "Joyous day to you," she says, despite coming from a wearied body. Her voice sounds resonant and relaxed. "I am Naka, midwife and lorekeeper." Her hands run across the slight bulge of her belly. She rolls her head back and sighs a relaxed purr. "Are you feeling well?" "Flawless. Apologies, I should be left with my meditation. The rite of strength is invigorating, almost overwhelming to the senses." You people are weird. But I think that's everywhere in here, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with them. I don't think I want to be part of the blood sacrifices. The only quest we've gotten for here so far, I think we could get more, but I think the only one we've, like, actually gotten is the sacrifice the baby one, and I don't want anything to do with that. I am fine with murdering villains that try to take over the countryside, but I am not okay with sacrificing children to whatever forsaken god rules over that. Oh, you guys moved. Okay. Save. In we go. Who do we side with? Mwah, wah, 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 wah. Not Skane. Although I don't know if Skane's gonna dislike us. We've murdered several thousand things. Yeah, we have actually killed almost 3,000 enemies. Book of the Hunt. All the literature in here. Final Journal of Jonas. Misses of the Hand Occult. Shattered and charred stone blocks the passage into the sun and shadow. Luminescent Audra shard. So the only thing we have to interact with is that central pillar. I'm going to save before we do this. I'm actually going to do a hard save. There we go. Oh my.
Magnificent.
Okay, so we have, I'm guessing, piercing ring fills your ears as you near Whale's Shrine. There is no other response. Nothing happens when you approach Wodika's shrine, so neither of them particularly like us. But the rest of these, I'm not sure what these are. I think we just have to choose between the shrines. So that's Bareth, Hylia, Abaddon, Mogdren, and Galawain. Think we'll start in the top right and just go around? In the nearby constellation, you can make out the shape of a strange horned beast. From time to time, you sense a faint chill emanating from the shrine itself. In the glittering stars of the nearby constellation, you see a grim shape of a skull. Its jaws are open wide as if frozen in a silent scream. The shrine sits before a bright constellation, its stars forming the oval shape of an egg. A pair of wings sprout from the egg. That's Hylia. And that's Galawain. I'll start with Rimgrand. Oh. So the books are actually important. Okay, we need to open this up and look for Rimgrand. It would be under here. Book of the Hunt, Glenfath and Customs. Now I need to see which book actually has. That's Abaddon Admeth. We're looking for... There's Glenfath and Customs. That's Wodica. Just looking for one that would be the Frost guy. God of Cold. Young students are often confused by Barath and Rimgrath's seemingly overlapping roles in holding dominion over death. Barath oversees the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Rimgrand oversees the cold, destructive act of death itself. This difference is often difficult for novices to appreciate until they've lost a loved one and endured the absence for a time. It is Barath that determines we will be reborn just as certainly as we will die, but Rimgrand is the executioner's axe. Rimgrand shows us that all life ends in stillness. I need to only show them the symbol of Rimgrand, a bone-wide Auroch skull found carved within the most ancient Ingwithian ruins. It is a symbol of death and doom in every culture. Any child with 4 winters under his belt needs no introduction to the ancient symbol, and excuse me. Rimgrand embodies not just death, but all manifestations of collapse, be they famine, plague, or simply bad luck. Rimgrand is a primal god, silent and inscrutable as death itself. He makes himself known with his passing, not by proclamation. There are innumerable stories of the god's terrifying passage through the lands of Eora. When the beast of winter stirs, bitter winds and beastly howling follow the creature's every move. Wherever the beast plants a hoof, all life withers into dust. The faithful Rimgrand insist that even another god's life can end in stillness. They claim the other gods must flee from the Beast of Winter's mastery over death, but we know not if the boast holds true. Though the Beast of Winter is shrouded in snowy clouds, those who have seen the shaggy white monster claim that the souls of the fallen can be seen clinging or perhaps frozen to the beast's fur. The dwarves of the boreal south have numerous stories that tell of a similar plot. A brash hero seeks out the Beast of Winter to rescue the souls trapped in its fur. These tales never end well. For even if the hero saves his beloved soul, the hero dies in the process. For it is not a proper tale of Rimgrand unless the hero's life ends in stillness. All life ends in stillness. You feel a sudden gust of cold air as if the shrine were bursting in wintry life. The frigid wind cuts through you like a sharpened blade, and darkness encroaches upon the edge of your sight. You kneel and close your eyes. As you pray, the blackness fades to white. A howling wind fills your ears, the vision that slowly resolves itself as a broad, frozen plain. You see a procession of elves in the distance, periodically fading into and emerging from the whiteness. They trudge over the snowbanks, their heads down against the driving winds. I know this place. This is the white that wins. As they trek past you, one man bundled in furs turns his head. You headed for Noonfrost and the Frosthaven Breach too? Oh, Hewn Breach too. Before you can answer, he's lumbered ahead. You follow the caravan, and in a couple minutes you will come to a wall of ice. It disappears in the pale emptiness overhead and stretches as far as you can see in either direction. The elves stop in front of a mirror-smooth section that's framed like a temple door. Seems somehow thinner than the rest of the wall. You can't see what's on the other side, but a debilitating cold emanates from within. The elves pull pickaxes and shovels from their sealskin packs and begin hacking at the smooth ice, their implements flying through the air in swift, shining arcs. Though they throw their bodies into their labor, not one of them so much as scratches the polished ice. Yet with each blow, something bellows in the distance. Whatever that is huge and angry, and it's coming our way. Hey, you might want to hold off on that, but the howling wind seems to drown out his voice. The elves hack away, seeming oblivious to the furious lowing and the tremors under your feet. Snow has risen to your knees, your legs feel frozen in the drifts. Wait. As you watch the elves continue their work at the ice, they pay no heed to the rumbling roar and numbing wind. Their movements, however, gradually slow. They labor at the ice with arduously sluggish movements until they finally freeze in place, some mid-swing and others preparing for the next blow. You touch the elf nearest you and he crumbles into a mound of snow. The final gale blows past, scattering the remains of the elves in a chaotic flurry. You notice a single spider web crack in the smooth barrier. It's the only thing that mars the perfect surface of the ice. Whatever's on the other side of the strange doorway, you feel it tugging at you. Only when you look back and see the parallel gashes trailing behind your legs in the snow do you realize how strong its pull is.
My end comes to all things in time. Seal the frost-hewn breach and instruct the pilgrims in the patience of Remergond.
Plug the hole with I'm gonna go with the snow. You fill your hand with snow and shove it in the crack. It hardens instantly, and a hoary rime grows over the smooth surface of the frozen door, fusing it with the rest of the wall. When you take your hand away, a perfect crystal of ice remains in your palm. As you examine the crystal, the vision around you fades, but the unmelting shard of ice remains in your hand. I think we just got a quest item. Okay. So we need to do that one. So Whale doesn't like us. Barath is death. There is life in death and death in life. You kneel and pray to Barath. Even while your eyes are closed, you see the road that seems to stretch on forever. The stars wheel overhead in a clockwork rotation of constellations, disappearing over the horizon to your left, only to rise on your right. You try and make out the details on either side of the road, but your eyes cannot seem to focus. One moment you think you see a meadow blanketed with mist and another sheer canyon walls. For just an instant, you see waves lapping at the edges of the road. Where you step into the shifting landscape, you feel certain you would only end up back at the road. You know this is a vision, but the packed dirt feels firm beneath your feet, and the night air cool on your face. You are walking. Your feet seem to carry you forward of their own accord. Something looms ahead of you. As you get closer, you see two stone figures that look strangely familiar. Bunin I Anku and Anku I Bunin, two of the oldest representations of Barath. You remember the door to the Kleban Rilag, and the two figures carved in the mountain next to them. One looks vaguely male and the other vaguely female. Only a thin layer of flesh covers their skeletal bodies, which twist to face the doorway between them. The doorway, however, is not what you saw in the ruins. It's a skull, gaping and jawless. As you look on, its open mouth seems to grow. The arms of two stone sculptures are swept toward the mouth, inviting you in. The road continues through the maw to another shifting landscape surrounded by stars. As you pass through it, you see an identical doorway in the distance. A dwarven man stands near it, unmoving. You turn and look behind you, only to see the skull gate you have just passed facing you. An elven woman waits in the road. Like the dwarf, she stands still. Approach the elven woman. You start towards her. There's something unnatural about the way she stands. She's too still. When you get closer, you see that her legs taper into a slender trunk. In place of her feet are gnarled, twisting roots. She lifts her face to an invisible sun. Her long golden hair is the color of autumn leaves. And as you look more closely, you realize that her head is actually covered with tendrils and vines sprouting brilliant yellow leaves. Each glimmers with the essence of an entire soul. She gives you a beatific smile and looks on, the leaves slowly falling from her head and settle in her roots. They melt into the path beneath her. Almost immediately, new leaves sprout in the place of the old. She reaches towards you. Still smiling as roots spring from her fingertips, her outstretched arms bar the path. Come, graft your soul to the golden grove. Take her hand. Her roots twine around your fingers, and as they do, they grow rigid and cold. Her outstretched arm petrifies, and as a rough stone bark overtakes her flesh, she can only look on in horror. You break away from her brittle grasp. Her feet are rooted in place, but she twists and writhes as if trying to flee her own dying limb. Petrification reaches her shoulder and spreads down her body, freezing it in a painful arc. It creeps up her neck, and she throws her face skyward in like a drowning swimmer. The grayness covers her face, freezing her gasp in stone. Now that she is still and lifeless, you can continue past her. The only golden leaves on her head remain untouched. Okay, and as you watch, they fall one by one to the path below. They shrivel as the shimmering essence fades from them. You lift your gaze and see the dwarven man standing further down the road. As you continue towards him, he looks up as you approach, but you can't tell if he's looking at you or through you. His face is smooth but flaccid. as if the flesh has detached from the muscles underneath. As you look on, his face begins to change. Wrinkles crack at the corners of his eyes. His mouth sinks, carving deep lines from his nose to the corners of his lips. His jowls sag, and the loose flesh hangs like dough. He raises his cupped hands. They're covered in blood. He lifts them to his face and smears himself, from his newly creased forehead to the wattles of his neck. As he massages the dark, sticky fluid into his skin, the fresh wrinkles disappear, the hanging folds recede, and the flesh tightens as if re-adhering to his skull. He lifts his head, and this time, you know he's looking at you. His renewed face looks like a mask, artificially smooth and still. Behind it, his black eyes are two hungry pits yawning like the empty mouths of skulls. Come, make your sacrifice to Ethic Knoll. His body blocks the path. He extends a bloody hand towards you. Take his hand. Grab his hand, but his skin gives too easily under your grip. As you try to pull away, you hear noise like dried canvas tearing. His skin splits, following a long seam that begins at his arm and stretches the length of his body. Blood gushes forth in such quantities that you can't imagine there was ever anything else in him. Sure enough, as the dwarf empties of blood, he collapses like a desiccated husk. The blood in the path gleams like 1,000 souls worth of essence. The essence evaporates, trailing shining filaments into the night sky. Only now that he is dead can you continue onward. The blood pools around your feet, and a voice echoes along the road, barely more than a whisper on the breeze. Return them to the wheel. You look up and see the skull gate ahead of you. The candles of Ter Evron wink through open mouth. Are we getting side quests? Yes. So we're getting side quests from each of these. I do find it sad that we missed out on, I think this is not Skane. This is Wodica. Yeah, we're missing out on Wodica and Whale. I don't know what we'd have to do for them. But it's probably quests we missed. Stand once more before the shrine of Hylia. The stars of her constellation seem to glitter all the brighter. Hylia is... which book? We need a Hylia book. Your, Hylia is the sky. So she'd be a book about the sky. I'm looking. No, it wouldn't be the Great Western Stag. I don't think. Maybe we just guess at it? I'm gonna save before we do this, because I don't trust myself to actually get it right. I don't think that was right. Because the other ones just drug us straight in. That one does not feel right. Oh, it only says that there's 4 available gods anyway. So Hylia is live every note of life's song. Okay. So we did get it right. You kneel. While you pray, you feel the space around your body shift and melt. You find yourself in a vision of a mountaintop temple. A tree grows in the center of ancient ruins. Its limbs wrap around the perimeter of the temple, tapering into twigs and branches of all sizes and angles. They seem too long and too numerous to be held up by the meager trunk, but they hold steady in the breeze. A single sparrow lands on the nearest branch. It watches you. Um... Hmm. Whistle to the bird. You whistle the first tune that pops in your head. The sparrow blinks its beady eyes and hops closer to you along the branch. It bobs its tiny head and opens its beak, and the rich, trilling melody that spills out is a song of a chorus of birds. A massive flock descends with a thundering of wings and whooping, screeching, chirping calls. They fill the boughs of the tree by the thousands, birds of every shape, size, and color, nestling to one another. A breeze ripples through the air. The limbs sway, creaking with strange, gentle rhythm. A few hundred of the birds flit from their branches, forming a brilliantly variegated flock in front of you, the tree. As they meet and swoop in unison, you catch a glimpse of someone looking back at you, cloaked by the flurry of feathers. Watcher, I believe we stand in the legendary court of birds. I feel a presence, warmth, and hope.
You journeyed to my temple and found the dragon. Yet instead of driving it off, you allowed it to stay. The songs of my faithful will never again fill the nest, and the beast and her young will slaughter many to feed their hunger.
The dragon sought shelter for her young. Are you not the goddess of motherhood?
And even in a creature so fierce, you find tenderness. Your long journey has revealed a compassionate and generous heart, Watcher. There is something else I would ask of you.
I'm listening. The birds return to the tree and nestle among their peers. The breeze ripples through the branches again, carrying the goddess' voice.
You must stop Theos, and you must undo the tragedy he has wrought.
There is a way, Watcher. There is hope yet. Theos acts, but is moved by another. The exiled queen whispers in his ear, urges him to rob the living and the unborn of their souls for her benefit, and he has obeyed. She will consume them, grow powerful while 1,000 empty children are born, but there's still time to reverse this tragedy. How would I return things to the way they were? Guide the trapped souls back to the bodies they were stolen from, hollow-born children whose eyes have never seen the sun. After long years, let their wounds be healed, their tears dried. You could restore them, give their families hymns of joy after years of lament. Peace and restoration give purpose to suffering. There is no meaning, no redemption in pain that does not lead to fulfillment. Symmetry demands that great rejoicing follows suffering such as this. I will continue to the sun and shadow. Perhaps it would be better to allow these souls to find new lives? No, I will continue to the sun and shadow.
When you reach the burial isle, you will find souls there that I have granted reprieve for their sins. I give these to you, for only they can bear you to safety on your journey down. And when you face Theos and the rotting fruits of his endeavors, remember the conversation we have had. In that moment, you will have power rivaling a god's. And after it, you will live in the world that you have chosen. Choose Restoration, Watcher. Return the souls to the bodies they were stolen from. Swear to me that you will do this, and I shall give you power to make even Woodica quake. I can be merciful and terrible, Watcher.
Watcher, this is the hope I have held to, that the children of the Deerwood might be restored, their families healed. Let Hylia's restoration to this country. I'll return the souls to the hollow-born children of the Deerwood, and I shall remember. The dark wings snap shut, the tiny sparrow flits in your shoulder. It tilts its head back and opens its beak, and the song that spills forth is nothing like you've ever heard. Melodies at once mournful and beautiful entrance you. The world becomes a place of pure color and sound. Each perfect moment follows the next like the lines of a poem or a bar of a song. So we got Hylia's boon. I think we can only get one. Gallowayne is, I think, the hunt one. So that. Owlback. The beast bays in response, its voice high and clear. The thick undergrowth shivers, and yeah, how's it going, Phil? Yeah, the second game is really good too. I've played that one before. I bounced off this one the first time I tried it. And I'm coming back to it to finish it this time. As you can tell, we're near the end. But what's going to happen is we're probably going to beat this today, if I had to guess. And then tomorrow we'll probably do just another game for a little bit. And then Wednesday we'll be starting on the second one with this save imported, if it lets me. Thick undergrowth shivers with movement, and heavy paws around the wet grass. You're not certain of the creature is hunting you or leading you, but you instinctively give chase. As you tumble through dew-speckled bushes and clawing brambles, each stride feels longer than the last. You draw lungfuls of crisp, clear air, and you feel your energy renewed. The rhythm of your stride and the thumping of the beast's paws drive the blood thrumming in your ears. As you speed ahead, following the hound's cries, when a split-finger pine crashes to the ground in front of you, a massive bear lunges into the gap and roars. It catches sight of you. You turn and race in the opposite direction, leaping over the fallen tree trunk. Pine cones crunch underfoot. The bear lumbers after you. Its hot breath washes over the back of your neck, filling your nose with the rank odor of slaughter. You see it clearing just past a thicket of broadleaves and sprint towards it. As you break through the foliage, you see a massive lioness curled up in the clearing in front of you. With at last a burst of energy, you divert your momentum and hurl yourself into the bushes. Any second now, you expect to feel the bear fall upon you, but a furious roar on the other side of the clearing draws your attention. The bear is stopped at the tree line. It swipes the empty air with claws large enough to rend armor, but it does not advance. The lioness, for her part, twists her body into a tight coil. She growls, her ears pressed against her head, but she makes no move to attack the intruder. You back deeper into the foliage, keeping your eyes on the two mighty predators. As you crawl backwards, the heel of your hand brushes something furred. A warm sigh grazes your cheek. You freeze in place. As slow turning your head, you see what waits behind you. Two amber eyes shine in the darkness. If I'm dying here, at least it was with my friends. And Durance. I fully concur with Eater on this note. Most of the characters we're with, I'm perfectly fine with. Durance is a prick. Oh, the eyes meet your gaze briefly, then turn to the standoff in the clearing. The hound behind you yawns, fangs flashing. When you turn back, the lion and the bear have disappeared. In their place is a stone wolf's maw, gaping wide enough to swallow you whole. Beyond it is the outline of a temple, towering but indistinct. Blood must feed the maw, watcher. See that a true champion reigns. Okay, so I don't know if we can still do these. I think we can. We might as well. And yeah, I just looked it up and it says that only 4 are supposed to be available right now. We can't do Wodika, and we can't do... I keep forgetting his name. The one over here. I think it's Whale, yeah. We're going to probably release the souls back out simply because that seems the least... It's either going to be Barath or... We've already promised one of them. But I would probably go with either the one that wants us to send them back in or Belath or whatever his name is. I keep forgetting it.
Grab a couple pints before you get me going on that one.
No complaints here.
Stop right there.
I. The
You're
Phantom
in the
Soldier.
wrong city, Inquisitor. Did you think you wouldn't be recognized here in your old home? I've seen your trials with my own eyes.
Oh, he doesn't say the rest of his line. I have seen you light pyres with good people tied to them. People I'd known many years. They deserve your confession.
Suros, what are you doing?
Startled, the soldier releases you immediately and turns to face the speaker, a woman in plain wool tunic, fully a head shorter than he, but somehow seeming to tower over him. You have seen this woman's face before, but from afar, bloodied and burned as she lay stretched across an iron wheel. At the moment, it is marked only with concern.
An assassin sent by the Inquisition, my lady, daring to approach our camp.
If she's so poor an assassin to approach with an armed guard in daylight, I would have little to fear. I would hear what this woman has to say.
Surely this is some trick of my mind. I did not expect to see you again.
5. We're honest. Are things as desperate as that over there? I've never known. I should probably read what they said so you guys have a audio log of it. Grand Inquisitor Theos Ix Arcanan dispatched me here to spy on you. I hope your next assignment is more stimulating. Listening to my lectures is dull work for a spy. It is special to have an old pupil return to me. I must have done something right, even after having taught so much that was wrong. Whatever your reasons, I've missed you over all these years. Having you here now at a time when I'm surrounded by strangers is a wonderful gift. I would like for you to
stay here in our camp as my guest.
Wish there was an indicator as to when these are voiced or not.
My lady Irvara, I beg of you. This is an Inquisitor. This is a desperate attempt on your life. The only way it can succeed is if you allow it to.
This is a missionary, same as I was, taught the wrong things as I was. If I can't have faith in one woman's ability to reason once she knows the truth, what hope do we have?
My lady, she admits being a spy.
That should make her less of a threat, wouldn't you agree? I have nothing to hide. All I see here is an opportunity to persuade someone who could help us.
We're going into an ad break, so I will hold off for a minute. And I'm going to actually go get myself a drink real quick while that's running. Ad break should be over. Let's go ahead and pop back into the game.
We have many former missionaries here. They are our most loyal, our most helpful. Many have died for us. These are not people we should be turning away. And if the Inquisition wants my life, they can have it. But they know as well as I do that my cause will not die with me. Come, we have much to talk about.
And we also have the footstep bug. I'm going to load that back up. We'll send some... Oh, we have more dialogue with Mr. Happy. Durance. He is the Durance of hate. No, sorry, stupid joke. Those of you that know Diablo will know that one. I should do some Durance runs one of these days just on stream. Okay, major adventure. We're going to send you. I've missed out on some of the character side quests just because, one, I missed an entire character somehow and I don't know how. But we need to go take care of some of these people. Okay, so we've gotten... I don't know if there's a benefit to getting all the different blessings. I can look real quick. On acceptance of the promise, the boon given is the bargainness is only the permanent passive talent that stacks with everything. Oh, we do not want to break our promises. Okay. Nope. It says it affects the end game slides. I want to get the end game slides I deserve rather than just like min-maxing them or anything. So should I actually bother with these other side quests then? Let's see. Old temple and old song. You can use the shard from the vision to close it according to Rimgard's wishes. I mean, I'm fine with doing these to appease them, but I'm not going to make their choice. Okay. So we need to end one in Elmshore to extend their life. The dwarf is an Ethok Knoll. And the elven one is strangely tree-like in the vision. Golden Grove. I'm going to just go from the top, I think. Actually, no, we'll start with the dwarf because we're just right here. So I think we'll talk to him. Maybe he will sacrifice himself for the good of the people. And we won't have to overtly kill him and fight the entire temple. Uh-huh. Maybe? Doubt it. He's not the one. The one we want to talk to is going to be all the way back here. The guy that said he'd lived centuries doing this. Seems like the best decision of the bunch. And I'm not too afraid of most of the enemies here. I think we actually stand a fairly decent chance against them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here. Turn the party around. Stand behind him. Barath believes it's time you paid your dues. Then he can descend from his mighty pantheon and tell me himself. Actually, that's why I'm here.
Since when do the gods send mortals to collect? You don't exactly look like the Pallid Knight. This is the trouble with deities. They meddle in a world that they don't even inhabit. I hope they promised you something better for your next life. Love.
Sorry, bud. You're down. You are not in a good position. So let's get you some tentacle friends. And you're going to go over and help him with a Shattering of Souls. Boop. You probably want to take out... None of these guys are terribly badly hurt, but I want to shut them down as quickly as possible. Let's see, can I get... Yes. There. You keep on him. Just deter him, and we're just going to use you as a tank for just a minute there, friend. There. There's one down. There's two down. Take you out first. Then the Blight. Oh no, he got mildly injured during this. Oh darn. And we got ourselves Purgatory. Sweet. I think that's his sacrificial axe as well. It's not a bad weapon. I'm not going to use it for anybody, but it's there. So we've murdered everybody in here. That's fine. Means we can steal from there. Now the question is, are they going to attack us on our way out? Yes. I want to pick up the junk. Not like we're actually going to stop by a shop, but in case we do, or in case this is a much longer game than I thought it would be. Yep, they really don't like us. We're probably going to have to do the same thing in the Ice Temple as well. Unfortunately. I'm not really going to go out of my way to fight everything. So those can live. We're not real. I don't think we get experience from fighting these things. We just have to get out of here. This room's going to be a bit of a fight. Because there's just a lot of stuff here. It's nothing difficult, but a lot of them. Oh, did he really? I didn't know they would run off and get allies. I mean, I will kill you off.
Lavaru. Lavaru.
I'm gonna let him come up. Oh, there's more. Yeah, you guys go ahead and pull back a little bit. Let them come up to us. I don't want you aggroing more stuff. Oh, that's a summon. So I don't even have to worry about those. That's nice to know. Yeah, this game does get philosophical and pretty deep at times. Talon's Amulet. That makes me feel bad. It's got a name on it. We'll leave the rest of them be. The smell is nauseating. No duh. So there's one down. The other one, I need to figure out where they're going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if we were having to fight pretty much everybody here now. Because we have disrupted their... Oh, no. They're not mad at us. Sweet. Okay, so the next one is High Ovate Arona. He's an Elmshore... Golden Grove.
Son of a moose fucker.
I beg your pardon?
Sorry. Kalu's always telling me to watch my language, especially around the kids. Guess I haven't had a reminder in a while.
What happened?
One of them heard me tell a joke about a Glamfellan youth with frostbite somewhere sensitive. Kids repeat everything.
I meant just now.
Jam my thumb. Nothing big.
Son of a moose fucker. That... oh god, we got the footstep bug. I like that one for some reason. Oh yeah, we have Durance to talk to. Hi, Durance.
What is it, Watcher?
This is what we learned about Wodica trouble you.
It stinks of her. It is justice, but if her greater purpose was to think Margaret would fall prey to such deceit. And Aethys... Widewind had always claimed to be invading Deerwood to free it. What if it were true? What if he had come to stop Wodica's plot before it began? Surely Aethys earned his death at Godhammer Citadel, but not for those reasons. Not to keep him silent. If such a thing has brought about this chaos, must we always be tools of gods? If Wodica and Margrin, if they are the cause of this, the Hollowborn, if the purges were never necessary, if Aethys was fighting back...
Then your Godhammer didn't save the Deerwood, it doomed it.
So many lies. And Wodica, perhaps she is the next god to fall beneath the Godhammer.
Would it have been better had you been spared this knowledge?
No, I am glad to have walked this far with you, seen this truth. Perhaps it was what I was meant to see. With a watcher's eyes. All these dances of words and intrigues. Machines of men, twisted, ripping the souls of children, and by the gods, the goddess of justice. If I could end her like Aethys, Margrin burned her once. One can do so again. Wodica, she must answer to her own justice.
Justice or revenge?
Anyone with a shred of spirit seeks both justice and punishment. It burns in the heart of anyone who lives. All seek it. If the world does not balance, we all drown in the oceans. And the gods would not care. Margrin, she must be redeemed. and punishing Woodica. That will serve.
Do we know that Mogren was not a willing accomplice?
Is this some final joke at my expense? To test my faith further? And why would you think that, Watcher?
Because she didn't want to know how the Godhammer had been made. No one knows how it came to be, except a few among Mogren, like yourself.
If all you have are questions, then I have enough of those. She is a bitch of a goddess, to be sure. But even a whore only goes so far in crossing those she serves.
You said you left Ashfall without telling anyone of your departure.
You answer a question with a question. Then why did I feel her disappointment at Halgot? Why were we shamed?
Because I think she tried to kill you there.
Kill me? She is a goddess. I still drink from her burning breasts, Watcher. If she wished me dead, she could trace me to my source and kill me.
In the dream of the Godhammer, your spirit looked blurred, indistinct in the light, as if it had been sheared from you. If you had been damaged as I saw in the Godhammer vision, then she may be unable to see you as you once were.
There's no proof, Watcher. I was a fool to think you could help me see any farther than I could.
I'm not certain, it's just a feeling I have.
That is all you have, a feeling. If feelings provoked me to say every thought that crossed my mind, get gone, and leave me to my thoughts.
I'm glad you didn't leave the party then. Although, at the same time, I would just use another priest. I really would. Is that the end of his? Nope. I really don't know how to end his quest. We're going to quick load to get rid of that footstep, that noise. Just to make, sanity a little bit more reasonable. That is the only consistent bug that has bothered me throughout this. There's been a few other minor bugs that we've touched on as we go. Nothing major. Some of it was because of the order I did things in. But, yeah. That's the only one that's gotten under my skin. We still haven't gone and done the Frost Dragon. We're probably not going to. Mainly because it's not worth it for one item, and we're not
awakenings being permanent?
Doing any of the soulbound stuff anymore. What did he say? Awakenings being permanent? Yeah, we heard. The other one we need to talk to is in the golden whatever. I think is what they said. Golden Grove. That's this place. And it is Ovate Erona. I'll talk to you and find out where she
Many
is.
blessings, traveler.
I'd like to know more about Erona. I must go. So where is she? There's Tamrin. There's just some random ovates. I'm not seeing her here. There's Bleda. So where did they tell us that she would be?
Hail, Estramore.
She's not up here. Unless I am blind.
Many blessings, traveler.
Mighty where is she at though? Okay, I'm just gonna look up where she's at. Where are you at? Yeah, and Hylia's is just perception and lore. Matter too much. I look there and we'll see where the heck she's hiding. I know they've told us before, I don't remember. Tell you that the Hyova is retreat in Elmshore. Travel to Elmshore. Our followers on the island on the far right, middle of the map. Okay, so they're in Elmshore. That's fine. We can go there. Oh, and we actually have dialogue with Alzorath. We'll grab that in just a second before we travel off to Elmshore. Ah, Alzorath, what kind of dialogue do you have for us?
If those Delamgon are right, you and I are stuck with our awakenings. Not quite the news I was hoping for.
How are you taking this?
Oh, the knowledge that a barely civilized bumpkin will share my mind and body for the rest of my life? That's kind of you to ask. I'd always believed that Isselmere was an ailment I could cure myself of one day. But now, to think she'll be around forever.
You've been awakened for decades now. Do you really think anything is not that bad?
Overstarched tunics, burnt toast, Rawatai sherry, those are not that bad. But having a stranger pop in and out of your head at will, it's unpleasant, I assure you.
Don't worry, we've got that with millions of strangers. On the bright side, we've got plenty of time to figure out how to deal with her. Like it or not, she's part of you, and she could be a source of strength if you learn to work with her.
It's strange. I've lived with her most of my life, and I've always seen her as an adversary. It should have occurred to me the day she stood up to my father. But there's something about being too close to a situation to see it clearly. It will be a relief to stop fighting her.
Even as he says it, something struggles within him. The muscles in his face twitch and his skin quivers. His eyes roll back in his skull, exposing slivers of white. Sweat beads and glistens on his forehead. After several seconds, he sighs and looks back at you. That wasn't as difficult as I expected. I think deep down I'd always hoped to find a solution elsewhere. When I was a child, I always thought my mother would come home with a mysterious cure, or that my father, without knowing it, could somehow send her away just like he'd called her forth. I can't pretend that I didn't spend years of my arcane training hoping that one of my instructors would have the answer somewhere in his grimoire. When I joined the Leaden Key, I hoped and believed that with enough loyal service, I'd gain the ear of someone in the organization who could help me. Even when I met you and realized your unique talents, I hoped that you might be able to reach into my soul the way I've seen you do with so many others. And no, I am no Matt Mercer. I can't do his voice. I'd been looking for someone else to solve my problem, and now I realize that I've got to face it on my own. Been with you the whole way, I still am.
That means a great deal to me. Truly, that reminds me of something else the Delamgon said. About the gods not being real.
They did tell us to pray to the gods, so that can't be entirely true.
Yes, I suppose so. Still, I can't help but worry at the state we'd be in if that was somehow true. If there were no power guiding us in this life and shepherding us to the next.
Well, maybe they're all just the coalesced opinions of the masses of people created by their own beliefs. I'm sure we'd find a way on our own.
I hope you're right.
We should be moving. I think that's all the dialogue we have there. I think we need to be going to Elmshore. That is there. It's a bit of a journey across the depths of time and space where no elf has traveled before. Maybe I should do a poll over on the YouTube channel to see what class we do for the second game. Because you have to make a new character for it. You don't actually get to import this character. I do find it mildly disconcerting. We end up with Alzorath and Eater, I believe, at the beginning of the next game. So I do wonder what their lore reason for them losing levels is. Because I'm pretty sure we start at level 1 again. Time to murder the other one. Hello. We want XP. An elf stands on a dais in the middle of the clearing. The ground is blanketed with leaves in various shades of russet and gold. Her eyes are closed and arms folded in front of her. A curtain of autumnal yellow hair hangs in front of her face. As you draw near, she lifts her chin and looks you with shifting hazel eyes.
Greetings, Estremor. You are among the Ovates of the Golden Grove.
And you are?
I, Ovate, an ancient elm among poles and saplings. We have taken root in the same soil, and the others grow in my shade. Their roots nourish my soil. My branches give them shelter. Together, we grow.
Your essence churns like an eddy in the stream, Estremor. Speak the questions to my soul. I'd like to know more about you guys first.
Like the leaves of a tree, we are many sharing one source, one purpose. Living or dying, we nourish one another. The truths of the soul and of the body are written on every blade of grass and sung by every creature under the sun. We learn these truths and sing them back.
Hey, Locke, how's it going? Ours is not the song of gods, but of Weretha. You doing all right today, Locke? This is why many of our numbers study the discourse of herbs and inhabit the skins of beasts. You're druids. You're familiar with Ethic Knoll? Swarm of maggots on dead songbird, worms hollowing a mighty spruce. They celebrate the withering of life rather than its budding. They seize strength from the others instead of accepting what Weretha freely gives. They take pride in their independence from the gods, yet their leaders demand an even greater sacrifice, death for life, strength from the spent essence of their petitioners. The Ethic Knoll offer a kind of servitude, and one to kith whose souls have long since rotted. They should save lives, not end them. On this we agree. Speak plainly. The words on my lips are the language of the streams cleaving stones and the wind guiding seeds. If you do not understand, it's because the tongues of the kith have deafened you. Bereth sent me to end your life. It has continued for too long.
At least he chose someone who wouldn't wrap her intentions in trickery and lies. But what is a god that his voice should carry so far? And what are you that you should so eagerly obey? The gods only have dominion over what we seed, and you would cede matters of life and death to them.
You're free now, but it was very wet. Rainy days kind of suck, but I do... On the other hand, they're great for sleeping. It's that or trust your neighbor. If I had my neighbors, you might think twice about... Are you any different? You've extended your life beyond its natural span. Through work and wisdom, the greater the tree, the more fruit it may yield. They are vines climbing an ancient elm into the sunlight. My growth sustains them. Should our harmony fall prey to a god's jealousy? Exactly where would she lead them? She's blind to the limits of her own wisdom. Your growth stunts theirs. They learn nothing apart from you. If this is what you demand of the Ovets, you're no different than Ethok Knoll or the gods. Words carry truth and shame. It was never my desire to diminish my followers, but I can see where perhaps my roots left no room for them to grow. Very well, if my season has ended, let me pass with it. Oh. Does she just die? Yeah, she just dies. She just ends it. Okay. And Sagani finally got her level 16, so that's the only level we cared about. You have enough survival already, so let's just go athletics. And sure, I'll dump into lore and that just to use up your points. Level 16 is the max level, unfortunately, so I can't do anything other than that. Which one do we want? I think body control probably, or Bull's Will. I think we'll do Bull's Will because we are struggling to get will defense. Yeah, because we have we have 2 people over 100 will defense, and that's because we've actually dumped stuff onto them. And that is probably the most important one because that's what charm comes through. So we've done that. We've done the monk. The other quest we have, I think we have 2 more. We have the Frost Temple for the Frost God, which we've already gotten the key for, which is Into the White Void. And this one is a temple's district that is a lioness who lies in wait for a temple district. I'm not sure where that's going to be. Would that be Old Song? I'm guessing it might be. Because the one up north is a hunting lands. Hello, Urwa.
Many blessings, traveler.
What stands before me? I do not see Estroen often. And believe me, I see many things. Perhaps you want to see them too. Let's see what you have for trade. Hey, more scrolls of Maelstrom. We can make those. Nothing for me. I mean, I could sell you stuff. We could get back up to 250,000. It's not going to be hard to do. And we're going to sell the old Baratheon cloaks and all that fun stuff too. We have no more need of them. Blood bless Skane cultist robe. We'll keep that. We'll keep 1 Skane hood. And no, I'm not going to go back and get the nonsense. We still haven't cloned armor. I think one thing we might do is copy this armor and use it on... Since we couldn't do anything really with that. This one is perception, though. It might just be better than what he has. Although he has better lightning. We'll keep it as is. We're not going to clone anything. It's fine. So boar and a... This one I don't know either. Check it real quick. It's Old Queen and New King. Is... Go to Galawain's Maw in Old Song. So we're in the right place. Where's Galawain's Maw? Oh, the giant thing right there. That probably should have been an indicator. I actually had not even gone in there yet. Okay, we want to do that one and this temple. The reason I'm doing these is just completion's sake. I don't think I have to do it at this point, because we're not going to side with any of those gods. Because frankly, they don't seem... Oh, I have to go all the way around for that? No. Go grab it. At least they're all close enough to the entrance to get through. I do wish this was multiplayer, by the way. That's one thing I like about Baldur's Gate, is they are multiplayer. Kind of finicky multiplayer, but multiplayer.
Arensi has no right to defend that cowering cat in the back of the maw.
Then track her down and tell her yourself. Kareth, this is no place for sightseeing, even for you. The beasts of Galawain's Maw are dangerous, and now more than ever.
What's wrong with the beasts?
They won't fight.
What's wrong with that?
It's not Galawain's way, and it is not the way of the Maw.
The Maw has always been home to one great predator. Every so often a challenger comes along and the two battle for territory, but Sul remains in her den. Ornanos can't confront her there. Now two mighty predators and their kin hunt from the same stock. It's thinning the herds, and it's thinning patience around here too. And this waiting, it's not the deliberate, watchful waiting of a hunter lying to ambush. It's stagnation, tedium, hoping for something to happen. But I'm powerless to act. One half of the fangs will cry favoritism if I try to drag the lioness out myself. I've received a vision from Galawain about these beasts. From the clever hound himself. If you truly have Galawain's blessing, I won't stand in your way, but I can believe he sees a forceful champion in you. We won't normally permit outsiders to venture into the Maw, but you understand that you do so at your own risk, and that Sol's lions are likely to attack intruders on sight. Still, perhaps you can coax her into fighting the bear. Do whatever you can to end this stalemate. What do you have to say about it?
The great Oernos, Estremor? He's out for a hunt, but he'll be back. Unlike that lioness, he doesn't stay cooped up in here for long. Because she holes up at the back of the maw, surrounded by her pride and the natural hazards of this place. It's not the proper way to meet a challenger. She's got to come out and face Oernos to keep her claim. Anyway, her prime is past. Putting that old beast down would be a mercy at this point.
What are you doing
here?
We
wait for the big confrontation, but the wait grows exhausting. While Sul hides in the back of the maw, Oernos is denied his victory, and we're all denied the champion we deserve.
Where is Oernos? I'm guessing it's the Fang's heart. Okay, so we have Galawain's Maw there. Oh, we can actually take from here. I'll take that. Bone pins pierce the hide map of a handful of locations along the Glenfathan side of the Bale River. There's Lara.
What brings you here?
You must be Baelith's new Estremor. Truth, when I heard she'd let another in, I almost went to the Passage of Six myself to share words. Have other foreigners come this way? Glamfellan, worshippers of Rimgrant, they claim, simply looters and defilers by another name, that's the truth. They disappeared behind the doors of Noonfrost, and now take our lake. Now our lake turns to ice and cold, creeps ever closer. Yet Bethel is timid, and she has convinced the other Anamfatha that we must respect these Esroman and their traditions, no matter what mischief guides their hands. She's looking out for Twin Elms in her own way. Soft words accomplish little. They fill the mouths of the Estroorman. I sent my own sister, one of the finest scouts, to sniff out the Pale Elves' corruption. I was certain the Anamfatha would not ignore the defilement of Noonfrost once Alwa's own eyes had seen it, but she still hasn't returned. Now I bear the responsibility for her fate. I can't send the Fangs after her without openly defying Anamfatha. I could look for her. I don't dare hope. Whatever catastrophe has befallen Noonfrost does not feel like the work of Kith, but nothing would bring me greater joy than seeing her again. I would take any assistance you can give. Goodbye. And we can't go in there. So yeah, we've got to go the back route, I think. Because this bridge right here is out. The remains of a broken bridge. Long collapse lead to a deep chasm. The other side of the bridge pierces through the mist. Okay, we could probably throw one across. The broken stones of the bridge, weathered after centuries of disrepair, are scattered along the edge and side of the chasm. A thin mist rises from below. The stones are coated with a slick green moss, making them impossible to grip safely. The wooden beams lodged between the stones on either side of the bridge seem sturdy enough to support your weight, however. Sure. Strikes the bridge with a solid thunk, and we've made it. Oh, look, enemies. Oh no, that was an ambush. Not a very successful ambush, but it was an ambush. And yes, we're going to clear the path back. For some reason, I do think some of the XP makes its way back to town. Not to town, to Caed Nua. Yeah, this is just the same door we saw there. Oh no, a lion. You guys are what, level 12? Why is she showing damaged? Oh, she's got minor fatigue. We might actually have to rest before going down into the pit of whatchamacallits. That is up somewhere. Where would that lead? Oh, that's just the old song district. Okay, so it's not anything important. I'll probably go that way. Here, let's see if we can come back into it or not. If we can't, it's fine. It's not like we're having trouble here. And we keep getting these empty loots. Where does this come out? Where the hell do you come out at? Oh. Okay. Just random door there. Didn't realize that would be right in the middle of their little hut. But yes, we will release the souls. So I'm not going to take anyone else's boon. Sorry. Simply because it feels a bit weird to take their boons and then defy them and get a different kind of pain in the ass ending. What are you? Ooh, a topaz. Good eyes. You can see topaz in the ground. Looks like we could come out this way as well. I think the place we're supposed to go is up there. Why do we have... Oh, Lion Clansman. Interesting. Oh, you are casting stuff on me, you jerk. Don't even start there. Pew pew. When we actually use spells, you don't really stand a chance. Yeah, we didn't take any damage from that. I will probably need to rest before we go into, like, the dangerous areas. Disarm that. These traps are very oddly shaped. Okay, so that's unlocked. Maybe they're actually down this way? We're just going to clear the entire area. It's not a big issue. It's just... matter of getting past all the traps. What level trap disarm are we, by the way? 15. Okay, yeah, we still have the Artificer Hall's resting thing, so we don't really want to use a lot of those. I think we have it for 2 more rests. Go disarm that. We're going to step on one of these. I do like that we have the perception enough to actually catch these little hidden rock things while we're going through. So what do we have left? Yeah, this looks like it's going to all go to the same place, just back here at the back of the cave. That looks like it. Oh, and there's a wall there. Thorny vines are twisted together, forming a wall. They quiver and begin to part as you draw near. No, we're not going to go through those. Hello. An elven woman intercepts you as you advance into the lair. Behind her is the largest lioness you've ever seen, a sleek beast with fangs as long as carving knives. The woman blocks your path to the lioness, seemingly at ease around the monster. This is Sul's domain, Estremor. She shall not leave it for Orneros or any other challenger. Why do you refuse to face them? Orneros is welcome to confront her here, as many challengers have in the past. What the bear's supporters want is for Sul to leave her lair and fight in the open, where he has the advantage. But why should she? If Sul has an advantage here, it's the one she's earned. Would anyone expect to blunt the bear's claws in order to even the odds? The Lord of the Hunt gives unique advantages to each. It's not for us to decide that some of them are worth less than others. Also, Sul has recently given birth to cubs. They're small now, but when they grow, they'll be mightier than either Sul or Oneros. But if Sul is killed in combat, that bear will tear her young to shreds, such is the way of the wild. Her legacy is too valuable to perish this way. If we truly want the mightiest beast in the maw, then her cubs must grow to maturity. I'll deal with Orenos. I preferred the cat. Good. The bear isn't nearly as strong as Eindin and his followers think. If someone were to prove just how easily that bear can be killed, that would cure everyone of their delusions about it. So they're just up there? Okay. I'll avoid dealing with them. I don't care about the rest of the loot up here, I don't think. I don't know if there's a right choice in this or a wrong choice. But I'm going with what I'm going with. I have avoided spoiling myself for the vast majority of this. I have looked up a handful of quests to see where to go, because I got lost. I think it's maybe been like 4 or 5 of them. Hi. Too much waiting. Something's got to happen soon. Oneros isn't the rightful champion.
If you stand on the side of that toothless old bag of bones, then you stand in my way.
Try me. And you know what happens when you try me, right? You guys catch my claws.
Love.
You got like 2 guys that are not near death already. Okay, so they're all dead. Oh no, our dog got petrified. Whatever will we do? That was easy. Combat done. Not even a unique from it, just some fine weapons. Wow. That was sad. Okay, you guys go back up there. We'll leave them alone. We don't need to go fight them. They don't serve any interest for me. I've dealt with Ornos. Chose well. Soul's cubs will grow up to be quick and fierce, and so will the Fangs if we follow their example. Yay! No rewards for it. Okay, we've got to tell them that we've resolved the stalemate. You can pray to Barath. We've got to do 2 things in the Noonfrost, and then we're done? Did this door actually close? Please tell me it did not. And I am going to toss... Oh, they're only Tanglefoot vines? Ugh. Those are worse traps than I thought they'd be. As in, they're garbage. Goodbye. Okay, let's see what these people have to say. Oh, the people are gone. Okie dokie, that's fine. Yeah, one favoring the other is not fair in either situation. If they challenged inside the mazed area, then they should challenge inside the mazed area each time to keep it fair. Otherwise, you're just favoring whoever you go into the environment of. Okay, Noonfrost. And then we can actually proceed to the end of the game, I think, because I really don't think there's going to be any other quests. And I do wonder if the game's dialogue is being caught by closed captions or not over on the YouTube end. Because if you're wondering, I do closed captions on the Twitch end using a plugin. The YouTube end, whenever I have it enabled, is just YouTube doing it. And it might miss out on the dialogue if it's too quiet. I don't think it's going to be too quiet, but it is what it is. Okay, F5. Need to find Alwa. We have the key. Not there. They're not there. We can use... Oh, that's just a mechanics thing. I can go ahead and unlock that, though.
There, done.
So we'll go this way first. Not gonna go in until this guy leaves. I want to kill as few people as possible, but they make it kind of hard. Oh, nope, he's hostile. Okay, fine. I didn't go in, but sure. I guess I'm murdering you all. Oh, nice halo you got there. Not very scary. I guess we're doing this the hard way. God of Cold. Silver Key. Water drips from the edges of the alcove. They don't want us back here. I mean, they don't have to see us back here if they're dead. When the dog can take out the enemies protecting your place, guys might be a little bit weak. Discovered something? What did you discover? Oh, a trap. Wow, that is edge of vision there. It didn't even show it whenever we had it like highlighted. More fun stuff. Unlock with silver key. A young Orlin scrambles on the stone floor, pressing her back against the wall and baring her teeth at you. Her fur is patchy and matted. As you step into the room, she squints and turns her large ears towards you. A heavy sigh escapes her tiny body. Beast, take me. My eyes mistook you for one of them. Please get me out of here. What happened to you? When Noonfrost began freezing the lake, my sister Lara sent me to seek out the cause. The pale elf Estroin sealed me before I could report back. These pale elves are behind it. They showed up in Twin Elms not long ago, saying they wanted to see the upkeep of Noonfrost. I don't know how, but they opened the frost-hewn breach at the back of the temple. Sucks warmth and life straight out of their frozen god's barren domain. They've got to be stopped. It's only a matter of time before the cold spreads further. Tell me about them. There are clan pale elves from the White That Wins. Can you tell me anything about the Frost-Hewn Breach? Something to do with Rimgrand, the Beast of Winter. I follow Galwain myself. It isn't safe yet. Wait until I clear the path. Yep, we're killing them all. Inexcusable! Oh, 50 damage, jeez. We actually do decent damage to these guys. They must not have good damage reduction. Yeah, they have 12. They are much weaker than us. Okay, we're gonna clear a path out of here for them. I don't care if I have to kill all of them. Hi, guy. Are you gonna die before we even reach you? Nope, dog got to them. Sorcerer first. And they miss with their lightning. Sweet. Okay, that's another one down. They do not like being rushed, that's for sure. We don't even need more than one main tank. Wonder if we can get away with just one main tank in the second game as well. Okay, so I've cleared that way. I'm gonna clear out this room. We're gonna clear out this entire floor before we send them off, because I don't think they'll make it if we don't. Because I don't know what path they're gonna take. Oh, just a whole group of you in there. Do I bother casting spells? Maybe. Oh no, they confused my tanks. You bastards. Paladin and Vanquisher? I think we go for the Sorcerer first. And yeah, you're just confused. That's fine. And yes, we do have mirror images just chilling there, I think. Either that or they've bugged up. We've had a few actually bug up like that. Where they just, like the skeleton, for example, where it lost all of its gear and it just stayed standing there. Okay, so that's the other room. Oh, and we actually do need to lockpick this. That's kind of unfortunate.
There, done.
But yes, we are going to clear everything out before telling them to make a run for it.
There, done.
And face down this way. What are you in here? Sweet.
There, done.
Got another key. Patches of thick fur cling to the tent leather. Bedrolls feel warm. Interesting. Traps and hidden objects and all kinds of pain. Ooh, what was that? Ooh, piece of candy. That, I think that's Kurok's brand. I don't see an... Oh, wait, no. It was Windwalker. We've gotten Kurok's brand before. This is a quarterstaff, crush damage, freeze damage, enemy engagement. So it's a melee staff user. Most of the classes that would use staves in this just don't seem like they would really benefit from that. Hi.
Oh.
Boo. Do you have anything good on you? Nope. Another spell book. Oh, that's a spell we don't know. Yay! For the first time, we've actually gotten one we didn't know. We know most of the spells on our main character, if you didn't realize it. And there's no 10th level spells, but we'll take that stuff. In case we ever need to sell anything. Seal the Frosthewn Breach. Do not let them through. You finally overcame an obstacle in your short animated film in Dreams. Now you can focus more on your second character and the emotions that both the Hunchback and second character has for each other. Oh, cool. An interactive film. It's a walking simulator. No, I don't mind walking simulators as long as they tell a good story. As you near the platform, the temperature drops sharply. Something saps every last bit of warmth from the air, leaving the breath of your lungs cold as it escapes your lips. See a doorway filled with glowing eyes. Silhouetted against it is an elven man, his arms outstretched.
What have you done? This useless slaughter, Please, just let me finish what we came here to do.
What's going on here? We're reaching out to Rimgrand. The last way we know how. Please, I must concentrate. Release your captive. She would bring the fangs down upon us. She can't leave, not until our business here is done. Trust me, they'll certainly come if you keep her here. I see your point. I'll see that the rest of my clan lets you and the Glenfathan leave in peace. And Rimgrand sent me to close the Frosthewn Breach. You're a woman of compassion. Would you trap us here another 100 lifetimes? We can't continue like this. We've got to find the way into the White Void. The White Void?
Rimergon's domain. A place where all things are mingled like snowflakes in a blizzard. It's a vortex of such chaos that even the Beast of Winter himself could not calculate the trajectory of the infinite particles of essence there. As souls are broken down over successive reincarnations, they become part of the White Void. It is a place where all things find perfect unity and freedom. The Frosthewn Breach is a weak spot in the barrier between us and the White Void. Thin ice on a frozen lake. We've come from the White that wends to find it.
And you want to open the breach?
So that we can die. Permanently. We've lived more lifetimes than any mortal should. We've been faithful followers of Rimergon since our earliest incarnations. He's the god of entropy. Why would he force us to be reborn again and again? But if anything could pass through the Frosthewn Breach, it would enter directly into the White Void. This death is overdue for us. We just have to find a way through.
Gave me this ice shard to close the breach. Perhaps it will let you through. A token from the Beast of Winter himself. You've given us a gift that's been denied to us for centuries. Thank you. And they are gone. Oh, I've lost reputation with the Fangs and Twin Elms. It's fine. Don't even care. Okay, let's see. The story is about a hunchback follows a trail in the forest and runs into his best friend Scott. You must push a certain button for a certain dialogue to trigger a certain conversation with him. Okay. Are there clues as to what button you're supposed to press? Okay, so they should all let us through and let them be released. Nothing new to report. Other than we have still 250,000 copper in this. Okay, you're free to go. Must be smooth-tongued indeed. Thank you, Estramore, and be careful. And we get an axe. So we get to go out of here, and it's over to the gods to turn in our quests for each of them. I don't even care that we have... We probably have negative reputation now with Twin Elms. Fairly faintly mixed. That's an interesting way to put it. Extremely bad with Ethic Knoll. The Fangs, faintly bad. This is going to be an interesting ending. Shows each button with a dialogue. Oh, okay. So kind of like, whatchamacallit? Mass Effect. Wow, my brain does not work. Choose wisely. Choose your own adventure. Feels like I've been reborn. Come by the maw sometime. The rest of the Fangs will want to meet the cunning Estramora who freed you. Too bad they don't like me. Or I would. Like the Telltale series games? Yeah. Where they will remember that. I should do a Telltale game one of these times. Like, probably the one that really set them on the map with The Walking Dead would be a good one to do. But I have that and... Oh, I'm trying to remember the other one. The werewolf one. They're good games. Not quite as open as one would hope. We freed your sister. Found her. Freed her from Noonfrost. Yay!
Estramore.
So I think that is everything for that one. How are you doing? Tell me what you know. Got Blooded Hunter. Which is... If we go to the right character... We got... Where is it hiding in here? Blooded Hunter is damage reduction and stealth. We've got Clarity. I wish it showed me how long I still have the Artificer's thing. I think we have it for 2 more rests. Clarity, Dungeon Delver. Hylia's Boon is the Perception and Lore one. Yeah, we've gotten a lot of bonuses to our stats. And we're all at that 120,000 XP max. I need to look up like what percent gets transferred down the chain to other characters add to the base. Sorry. For some reason I am coffee today. And it's not because I had coffee. There so I can lurk on people. Oh, ooh. I know who I'm going to lurk on. You. I don't know if they have... They are on Chapter 4 of Instars. I thought they had already beaten it. No, we'll lurk on that. That's actually another good game, by the way. If you're looking for kind of indie RPGs, Instars in Time is an interesting one. It's almost like a Groundhog Day JRPG kind of style thing with a very indie tone. I would read the description of the game first before buying it, of course, because it will note some things that some people have problems with, but personally I found it to be a really good game. There are points where the writing is a little rushed or ham-fisted feeling, but if you take your time through it, it has an interesting attention to detail, and I don't think most people will notice it on their first time through it. Because my first time through it, I didn't even notice some of the nuances that would change run to run. So, let's go turn in our other quests. Tell them we can't promise things because we're going to set them back where they belong.
You must gather your party before...
You must gather your party before venturing forth. It is not as prominent as it needs to be. You should gather your party before venturing forth. Needs to be from the chest. Rah! Oh, we got the footstep bug again already. Jesus. No. Quick save, quick load. Looks like we've got 2 alerts from our castle now. Are they just throwing all the Cade Nua alerts here at us at the end? I don't think there's any reason to go do the bounties, because we never collected them in the first place. But I do think we are beating this today, because there cannot be that much more for us to do. Yeah, just we have one guy in there. Okay, so we've already gotten yours. Let's go ahead and talk to you. Owl back.
The lioness reigns still, and soon her cubs will rise. Why did you strike the bear down?
Her cunning made her the more deserving champion.
Strength begets strength. The mighty seize an advantage in their jaws and do not let go. They shake and wring it, puncture its arteries with sharpened fangs. Blood whets their appetite.
He lets out a howl that rings through the air. He lowers his head, puffs of steam rising from his panting mouth. Twigs crunch and branches snap. The ground shivers under the weight of pacing, prowling footsteps. A dozen beasts, bears, wolves, and long-fanged cats stalk out the undergrowth, their matching amber eyes fast on you. Eater, don't pet the bear. Their master rises to his feet. Even the largest of the bears can only reach his browned and muscled knotted shoulders. You stand mindful of the ring of predators surrounding you.
You sought and won the favor of Galawain. What new prey do you now pursue?
I hunt Theos.
To track a quarry, you must understand its movements. And Theos follows the path of a more powerful master.
A warm breeze carries the smell of smoke and gunpowder. Sparks ignite and float in the draft, catching in the leaves under Galawain's head. A sudden blast of heat scalds your face, and even as you turn away, a flash of light sears your vision through your eyelids. When you look back, you see a woman in full plate standing next to Galawain. Her mirror-polished armor flickers with images of reflected flames. Can't see her face, but her voice is strong and clear like the ringing of steel.
Let her know her foe.
The whore breaks her silence at last. Have you missed me, Magrin? You may have found other lovers, but surely none that was my equal. Wow, Durance, you are a dumbass. Magrin says nothing in response. Indeed, she never even glances at Durance. Good job, Magrin, I believe in you. An involuntary tick causes the baggy skin beneath Durance's eyes to quiver. He says no more, his ruddy skin blanched white.
Theos has trapped thousands of souls in sun and shadow, like rabbits in a snare. Now, he goes there to retrieve the kill for his master, Woodiga. She will feast on them, suck their marrow, grow strong on their essence.
Why would Theos help Woodiga?
Because he is her hound. He has always done her bidding.
Woodiga stands for an old order. So does Theos.
A golem made of blackened pitted iron steps out of Magrin's shadow. Its movements are slow yet precise. Each footfall accompanied by the not football, accompanied by the groaning and grinding of metal. The steady orange glow of furnace coals emanate from its eye sockets. In Abaddon's crude yet efficient form, you see an uncanny resemblance to the eyeless, yet his limbs are far more finely wrought, his joints more flexible. You also feel the essence of the eyeless teeming within him.
They both fear change, and the Deerwood has changed much recently. People find answers not in the gods, but in animancy, the product of their own labors.
And why not? When they have learned that even a god can be killed.
Was that not as you commanded, my lady? We sought only to stoke your pride by bringing your vision to reality. And yeah, Magrin's just not even... Okay, what should I do about it?
Track Theos. Follow the trail he has left for you, and corner him in sun and shadow.
You have hired out your strength in the service of others, Watcher. Now we ask that you employ your talents for the benefit of all of the Deerwood. You must stop Theos before he empowers Woodica.
And if you do, you will have a different decision to make.
The gods mean to leave this in our hands.
Souls were ripped from the world, ripe and full and pulsing with essence. Scatter them like bones to a pack of dogs. Their essence will strengthen the souls of the Deerwood. Let the remains of the dead feed the survivors.
Why would I feed the lost soul's essence to the rest of Deerwood? Or... Now I've got to find Theos.
And when you descend the pit to sun in shadow, you can count on our assistance to see you safely through. As I hope we can count on yours when you reach the bottom. There are many souls upon the burial isle that are sworn to serve us. They belong to you now, and they shall guide your descent.
Beware the promises of God, Watcher. They are binding, but only in one direction. The beasts grow restless, pawing at the ground and eyeing you with renewed interest. The bear sniffs at the ground next to your leg. One Stelgar skulks in the circle, its amber's eyes glowing. Galwain hurls his knife between your feet, sinking its handle. He raises his empty hand.
Hunt him, mortal. And when you stop him, let the souls he has captured feed the Deerwood.
Strengthen the souls of those who remain. Prepare them to face the challenges that will follow. Pledge that you will do this, and we will grant you a power fit for the finest warrior who ever lived.
Betray us, and my beasts shall track you down. Our allegiance is not to be accepted and cast aside.
I would hear what the other gods have to say first.
Consider and calculate, but decide.
Barath? I mean, we've already sworn to one. We're not going to swear to the others. Behind you is a woman, her skin milk pale against her black hair. She wears a suit of armor so dark it seems to suck the light from the stars. The road winds up a mountain behind her.
A toll, traveler.
And the Pallid Knight. Pay the Pallid Knight. You drop a few coppers into her hand, and she closes her fists around the coins. You instantly feel a small weight added to your purse. The lord of this road demands a toll of all, but he lends generously, that all might travel the road again. The road bores into the mountain, and you find yourself in a gigantic cavern. The ceiling curves up and away, and it's dotted with moisture. At the distance, the shining beads look like stars, clustered and scattered in constellations. The usher and the Pallid Knight lead you up a trail carved into the edge of the cavern. Two identical cave mouths wait up ahead, and you follow the usher to one of them. Standing at the edge and gazing down, you see an endless, ever-changing plain bisected by a road. Only then do you realize that you're no longer on the road. As you follow the road to the point where it disappears below you, you realize that you're standing in one of the eye sockets of a massive skull. The usher points to the road. Archdruid Reston appears below you. He's just as you remembered him, stern and smooth skin. Yet with each step along the road he grows swelling with blood and essence. His heavy steps become slower and slower until he stops altogether. His distended body fills the path completely.
You met a dwarf traveling this road. What did you do?
He had lived many centuries. It's the destiny of all mortals to die. I fulfilled the will of the gods.
It is also destined that all should be reborn, that their essence circulate.
As Reston's swollen body ruptures, the effect is like a dam bursting. Ghostly figures as hazy and indistinct as wisps of smoke continue along the cleared path. Some tumble and rush along, while others amble and drift, but all continue forward. The usher directs your attention to another figure moving down the path. This time you see high ovate Erona. As she follows the road, her movements become slow and erratic. Her legs creak with each step. Her feet grow long. The thick roots that burrow into the ground, she finally stops, rooted in place.
You found a tree that had lived for centuries. Its roots were deep, and its boughs sheltered many. Why did you cut it down?
I thought that if I cleared the tree, maybe the Lord of the Road would grant a boon. While its branches sheltered others, its roots sucked them dry.
All draw their life's energy from the deaths of others. This is why all must remain part of the cycle of death and rebirth. No creature may be a closed loop unto itself.
Erona's body petrifies below, and the shimmering leaves of her hair blow down the path. You seek another who has lived his lives on the brink of the cycle. He sits inside the wheel, observing its revolutions. With each life, he is plucked from the stream and returned to it intact. Why do you hunt Theos? Theos has entrapped thousands of souls for Wotica. I've got to stop him from giving her absolute power.
If you know this much, then another god has already spoken with you, and given you half of the answer.
Theos serves Wotica. She desires an escape from her own cycle, power without decline. Theos has removed thousands of souls from the cycle so that their essence might empower her. You must stop him, and you must return them to the cycle. Why does Wotica even need Theos' help? The gods guide souls through the cycle of death and rebirth, but Yora is the domain of mortals. We stand aside, weights and counterweights. We are one to alter the tides of Kith, all would follow. We would tip this world from its axis. That is why Wotica directs a mortal to do her bidding, and why any who would stop Theos must be mortal as well. I must go to the Sun and Shadow now.
No mortal can survive the descent into the pit. But there are souls on the burial isle that are pledged to me. I will grant them to you, and they shall bear you down safely, as well as light the way beyond.
A multitude appears at the other end of the road, raising their voices and kicking up dust as they make their way towards you. Return them to the Cycle Watcher. Promise that you will, and I shall give you power befitting a champion of death. Accept my favor, however, and I will demand this decision as your due. I collect them from all mortals in time. I would hear what the other gods say first. Do not delay long, Watcher. What thou seeks to do cannot be undone, even by the turning of the wheel. Last one we have is you, because we can't actually do these other two right now. Pray to Rimgrand. As the snowstorm gets closer, you see an aurochs, and as colossal and slow as a glacier. Its shaggy white hair is matted with frost, but beneath it, ribs like a ship's frame protrude. The beast of winter. A man, emaciated and almost naked, huddles in the beast's legs. His body is scored with lash marks, and his nose and ears have been carved from his face. His black eyes pierce the whiteout. by the wheel at Skane. The Auroch stops and stands before you, enveloping you in the violent blizzard that surrounds it, though its mouth does not move. The beast speaks in a deep, thunderous voice.
A crack in the ice, a fissure in a glacier. I showed you the frost-hewn breach that you might seal it, but you pried it wider for the sake of the Glom felon, whose souls I had not yet begun to hew away. For all things there is a season. You brought them to winter before their time.
But you are the god of entropy. I gave their souls entropy.
Entropy is chiseling ice and hammering wind. Generations of erosion. It is not rushed for the impatience of mortals. If you are too hasty to understand this, then you are not suited to the task ahead.
The beast begins its slow, deliberate turn. You catch a final glimpse of the scarred man clinging to its legs. He narrows his black eyes and looks at you with a smug, vicious glee. Rimgrand recedes, and if the whiteout follows him. As the vision of the snow fades and disappears, it leaves... Oh, he just doesn't like my answer there. Okay, we fucked that one up. It's fine. Quest failed. It's okay. We gave them their end too soon. Why do we have... Seriously? We can actually get another unique item from that? Okay. There you go, Hivaris. Okay, we have our blessing. We're going down. Our promise is to send the souls back to those husks so that they may once live. It should not be a problem. Do we have any more dialogue with you about it?
What do you wish to know? Until we meet.
Because we've already done the gods. We actually... No, we can't leave here from there. We have to find... I think that's our closest exit. So we will go and rest at the beach. We'll see if we still have the mechanics boost. If we don't, I might go rest at a inn for the might boost. Because 3 days travel does not seem like a worthwhile thing for a nap. We got that for going over the... whatchamacallit, the gorge. Got penalized for it. But we do not have anything else left that we need to do, so it is literally go here and start in on that. I think there is only one inn in this place as well. But I could be wrong. And there are apparently 4 acts, by the way. I didn't realize this. It's just that we have done pretty much every side quest we can without going back and revisiting an old save. So quick save, 1 camp. Oh, camping's not allowed in this area. Fine, we'll camp whenever we get there.
Here?
Take me across. Into the temple we go. Hopefully we can actually rest up here. Can we rest here? Yes. Farewell.
Troubled spirits surround.
Okay, map-wise... Oh, got dialogue.
Do you remember when we were children, and the missionaries came to tell us about the gods? They told us we could see them in the stars. I remember when I heard that, I snuck out at night and climbed the watchtower in the old fort because I wanted to see them better. That fort burned down a few years ago when we cast the missionaries out. It was the missionaries who set fire to it. They didn't want us to be able to use it. Shame. There was history in that fort.
They'll do a lot worse if they ever return. Those missionaries are all Inquisitors now. Strange to think they're the same people underneath, but I suppose you would know. This is your home as much as mine. You worry about it? I worry about you. You should be more worried about yourself. Half the guards still plot your death at night. I
miscalculated many things since this began. I'm relieved you weren't one of them. It's a good thing we didn't hang you. I always knew this path would have consequences, but I never wanted to see Kratom suffer on my behalf. I don't think I can stay here any longer. I am told the Inquisition is gathering an army, that they have sent messengers to bargain with rulers from distant lands. Kratom is not built to withstand a siege. If war is coming, I should be doing what Theos is doing. I will need allies. Allies on a stronghold that can resist an invading army.
Have you thought about Oceanus?
Oceanus. They have held off many would-be invaders, and their king has no love of the Inquisition's faith. I wonder, would he listen?
Possibly. Maybe. Oh, we're picking up souls as we walk around the island. Okay. So I guess we go counterclockwise. Puigras we're not worried about. Easy enough. That is a blocked passage. I'm feeling we can just go into it. But I want to get the rest of the souls up here before we take any of the paths. There's 2 more souls. And a bunch of things that want to kill us. Thankfully, we are actually scary strong. That, or they're intentionally leading me into a sense of ease by giving me weak enemies here. Which is also a distinct possibility. We have Shades and a Spectre. The Spectre is more dangerous, but I don't think either of them is going to last very long. And why are you on that? Go back to this. There's a reason we have you on the shield. Because that provides us with weaken and stuff. Better status effects rather than raw damage. Let's see. Just burial grounds. Any souls here? Negative, Ghost Rider. We're not going to jump into a pit or anything until we actually have the island cleared. There's more souls. There's 6 total. Grotto of Echoes. I wonder if what you face here as far as enemies go changes depending on who you've interacted with god-wise. Because it might. Okay, so we've got there. I'm going to save and I'm going to check out that blocked path because it looks like we're going to have quite a long walk if we want to come back to it. Oh, crap. Are we seeing what we did in the past with this? Are we the ones burning these people alive and torturing them? Distinct possibility considering we're Inquisition. F5 to save just in case we need a quick load. You venture through a doorway into an underground tunnel. A staircase coils upward, leading to a dim passage. Clear it with a pry bar. Another injury. And that just leads us up here. We probably could have walked up here without doing that. So I'm gonna go the way that doesn't require us to get broken ribs. Because I have a feeling we go up the stairs to the west. It'll lead back to this place. Just a hunch. Oh, we need to go gather all the souls again because we loaded. Come on, give me your souls. Go there. There's 2 there. So we've gotten 6. I don't know how many we need to go down. It shouldn't be too bad. There's 8. I wonder if there's a point of no return, because right now we still have not officially reached that except for with stuff in the Defiance Bay. And yes, we will probably need to rest at least one more time. Just to take care of things. And yes, that did do a little bit of damage to us with their explosions, but not enough for me to care about. Take all that. Ooh, we got another one of those little lightning-shaped things. Those are used for elemental things. Okay, map-wise, I don't think we have anything to the west of here. It's interesting how they're buried here. It's not efficient. They're just stacked up on these little wooden pedestals, which is very strange. We're probably going to have a few more encounters as well. There's more people suffering. Oh my goodness, we've done horrible things. There's some more souls. Could we have just... Oh no, we couldn't have just gone through there, otherwise it would right there. Yep, just take out the front lines and move back. Two levels seems to make a massive difference in how easy or hard an encounter is. At least that's what I've kind of noticed. I'm not sure whether I like that design or dislike that design. Let's grab all your stuff. Stormcaller has leveled up, and we need to rest in the lair of a sky dragon for the last little bit of it. We're not gonna bother. If you want to know the last thing of that bow, just look it up online. That was... what kind of gloves? That was... that is not something we care about. That can go in here, that can go in here. Hmm. Who actually has deflection? Oh, you have deflection gloves. Might as well give you the better ones. I knew someone did. But what were those? I think those were of accuracy, oddly enough, or melee damage bonus. I'm not sure which of the two. There's quickness, 15% attack speed. Ooh, that might be better for him. We can whack things even harder. Or more often. We're more looking at the... There was a thing here to view. There we go. Towering stone creature is cold and slimy with fungal growth. Its horns look sharp enough they could saw through lumber. Cool. The other one looks more impressive. Because it still has its horns. There's the pit.
Another turn, Inquisitor. I ask again, Jovara Ixensios, do you confess to these heresies of which you stand accused? Do you confess to apostasy?
I confess to renouncing a mistake.
Do you confess to conspiracy against the one true faith?
I confess to opening minds.
Do you confess to false prophecy?
I confess to following a false prophet.
Indeed. And where might we find this heretic?
He wears the robes of a Grand Inquisitor.
You have no followers here, heretic. Your lies hold no sway in the court of the penitents.
Only my truth, then.
Another turn.
No! Wait! Wait! I'm ready. I'm ready.
You are ready to give a confession?
I'm ready to hear one from you.
Theos shakes his head and points at the Inquisitor, and the scraping grind of rusted gears echoes in your mind as the apparitions fade away. Jesus.
Looks like a long way down.
Okay, so we have the spirits. Every wrinkle and boil carved into Wodika's statue looks painfully familiar. Are we Wodika? I don't think we're not Wodika. We are just another soul. A great pit lies in the shadow of the statue of Wodika. No light from the surface reaches the bottom, but even so, you catch flickers of a ghostly glow in the depths. A wind from the pit buffets you. It isn't cold, but it raises goose flesh upon your arms. The wind carries a whisper, low and sibilant. As you look into the pit, souls gather around you. They encase you in a cloud of essence that swirls around your body while you consider your next move. Tally-ho! Into the pit we go! You jump, trusting in the promises of the gods and the power of the souls to bear you safely down. The sudden drop takes your breath away, but the souls catch you, encasing you in a shining, thrumming aura. But while they slow your descent, you can still feel that you are falling faster than you should. The essence flowing around you is strong but chaotic. You find yourself drifting towards the wall. The wall! Take control of the souls to guide yourself to safety. Concentrating, you focus on the essence around you and knit it together in your mind. What was a jumble of souls becomes a single entity. Coordinated and purposeful, it steers you to safety at the center of the pit. You manage to spread your arms and legs into an X, steadying your position at the rate of your descent. You reach the court of the penitents, millennial-old stones safely under your feet. Nope, we're doing standard. This is level 12 content, we're level 16, it's not that far off. But we are in Act 4. We have but one quest to do. That is kill Theos. Murder
What
is on
seems
the
like an
docket.
eternity, your rapid descent comes to an abrupt end. You remain still for a moment while your heart settles and your eyes adjust, breathing in stale, forgotten air. Before you, a narrow and eroded walkway becomes faintly visible in the dim light, cutting a winding path through a cavern so expansive it seems a world unto itself. In the distance, you can make out the cold gleam of living Adra veins that spike and fork in and out of view from the murky depths beneath. Their glow a faint and fleeting guide along the ancient trail. You look above at the opening you jumped through, now barely a speck of light like some distant star alone in the cosmos and forever out of reach. Your only way lies ahead.
The only way out, you say. Almost like we've reached a point of no return. Wow, that looks
went better than I
dangerous.
expected.
I think I dislocated my... That's better.
Everyone all right? No shattered knees? Good. Just me, then.
Clearing out all of those. I don't know if we
This place
succeeded
is
and failed at
cursed.
enough of them, but it's fine. I'm going to flash the recording there, though, because we're on another 2-hour stretch. There we go. This might actually be a full stream of just this. Oh, God, we had the freaking footstep bug. I'll grab that save again. I hate the footsteps. Minor missile cloak. Cool. And load. For some reason, this area reminds me of kind of towards the end of Baldur's Gate 2. For those that know, you know the pocket dimension. For those that don't, that's what it reminds me of. For some reason, I don't know why. Oh, traps, lovely. Hi-ho, it's off to traps we go. That's why I want mechanical skills. Because navigating around traps in games like this is a pain in the ass. A millennium worth of dust fills the cracks and crevices of this skeletal relief. Is it just going to be all traps all the way? You didn't stand a chance there, bud. Probably going to run into a lot of these idiots. I will go ahead, since we are probably going to use a sleep again. I'm going to send out summons to either side to potentially trigger traps. At least that's my goal. I'm not too afraid of most of the enemies here. Because we, like I said, we are over leveled. But we earned those levels by going through the entirety of the game and the expansions. And the last one. Cast out your souls, for they are mine now. Put your faith in God, but your ass is mine. I think is an appropriate quote for this situation. The pillar tugs at your essence. A pulse from the world itself moves through it. Go around this loop looking for traps. I have a feeling we're going to have several paths through here. There's one trap. I'm more concerned about traps on our immediate path. Okay. So map-wise, multiple options. Southeast first. I'm hoping it doesn't do the thing where we have a crap ton of traps in the final area that we have to kind of avoid on the fly while controlling our characters, because I do not have the granular control of my characters to do that. I am not that great. You, animats, because they actually have spells. Our dog is trapped in the back, unfortunately, which is not terrible, but not great either. You move this way, so you can get by. One of you move so you can get by, please. Thank you. I think we're going to probably have a bit of a cakewalk here compared to some of the other things we've even encountered in this game. Yep. Trap. The ancient Audra still bears the impression of 1,000 souls broken upon it. Your soul burns with the remembered suffering. Intriguing. We're still getting new weapons. Holy crap. Okay, Daybreak is a 200 mace. It's got plus enemies engaged. We don't care. And more boots of speed. I think we have like 7 of those now. 7 freaking boots of speed. Okay, so nothing else there. That's one path done. We see stairs that way, so that's probably the last path we go on. Reason being, stairs is progress. We could just steamroll this, but I do want to see what there is to find in Act 4. I would not be surprised if speedruns just skip over this at some point. Oh, you guys, get out of the way of the dog. This is why I don't know why the dog gets put at the back of the formation. Because all of the pets are melee. You just keep fighting them. Take out that one next. Okay, everybody on you. Then on you. Easy enough. Easy cheesy lemon squeezy. Which, for some reason, that's reminding me of a Greek dish. There is a Greek dish with like lemon juice or something like that in it. Okay, what do you have? Can we look at it, please? The pillar tugs at your... Okay, it's just more of the same. Pillar tugging at your essence. The essence tug, it's real. Okay. Does this cross back over? Okay, so they're all right there. We are going to be casting more spells in the future. I think I'm going to go with you dropping that there.
Arthek Worth and Roth.
Oh, they're like, we don't want to stand back here anymore. No. Not getting across the bridge either there, buds. Block off the bridge and just be like, nah, damn you guys. Getting nukes.
There, done.
And with 15 freaking mechanics, I don't think there's going to be any locks here that'll stop us either. And this is just going to be the other side of that bridge. That one looks slightly different. It's got something in it. column of Audra rises above you, stoic and silent. Its ridged layers a measuring stick for the passing of ages. It feels as if a thick block of ice, and it feels to you as a thick block of ice, and you perceive buried deep in its core a dim, flickering flame, all but extinguished yet preserved against the ravages of the elements. At your approach, the flame seems steady and draws strength, and the layers separating it from you melt away, and you're bathed in its glow, a bright beacon in the gloom. The glow seems to fade, as though you had adjusted to its intensity, and where it was, Yavara seeps into existence, an idyllic shade hovering above the moist prison floor. Though ageless, she appears somehow different to you now. A slight stoop to her carriage, perhaps, or a trace of sunkenness in her eyes. There's a broad scar across her face, fibrous and wormy where flames once lapped, unhealed even in death.
My old pupil. You are a welcome sight, but a worrying one as well. Do you still wander lost in the darkness after all these many years? You are so different now from who you were then, yet much remains the same. Old troubles with a new face. What is it that has brought you here?
I'm here to free you.
A gallant gesture, if a bit misguided. And yet I suspect there is more to this than you have said. I can only guess your presence here has something to do with Theos. The energy of this place changes when he is near. I don't know what he has done, but I do know of the souls that pass through here now. They do not come by choice.
Theos diverted them from the cycle. He seeks to empower Wotica and blame Animancy for the damage he's caused.
After all this time, he would still stand against the tide.
You knew me when Theos did. There's something I need to know about that time.
I will tell you what I remember.
There's something about that lifetime my soul can't let go of. I need to know what it is, and I'm running out of time. I see the moments from that life of you, the Inquisition of Theos.
I can see his influence, still hanging like a weight about your neck. So it always was. He had inspired something in you. We spoke of him the last time you were here also. It was just after the trial. You were agitated. I think because you started to consider that what I was teaching may have been true.
And what was that? Vora's mouth tightens and her brow furrows a look of pity. Her eyes shift back and forth between each of you, as if looking for something that would help her decide whether to speak.
That the gods aren't real.
I'd dreaded the idea from the moment the Delimgon suggested it. And yet, it almost feels like a relief. She's not serious.
Perhaps not to her. Many are those whom the gods have scorned. This is petty retribution.
That doesn't seem possible.
What I taught was that the gods whose faith we had been spreading were not gods at all, but something else entirely. Something created by people.
How did you discover this?
The Anguithan missionaries all knew it, but they never told the rest of us. They meant it to be a secret that died with them, and in the end, they allowed their bloodlines to fade from memory. I had been assigned to join a few of them at a temple. I found the door to their chambers closed, but the room was stone and the door thin. Their voices carried. I heard enough. I investigated the things they spoke of, and everything was there, just as they said it'd be.
Later on, after I left the Order, a few Anguithans found my words persuasive and joined my cause. They revealed what I did not already know. Who created the gods and for what?
They were conceived by Engwith, a society of high minds and broad concerns. Theos' people. In their time, every people worshipped its own gods. Sometimes they warred over it. After a few wars of their own, the Anguithans sought an end to it. They devoted all their energy to finding the true creators. Generation after generation, they prodded and worked the stitching of the world and unlocked its secrets. One day, They found an answer. Except the answer was no answer at all. There were no gods to be found. Or if there ever were, they were gone. It shook them, this finding. If they could discover this on their own, how long until others would? How long before war and chaos reigned over a world without consequence? But they had mastered many things in their pursuit of these answers. And with their mastery, they crafted their own gods to fill the void, and sent missionaries to the corners of the world to spread their faith.
This is why you started your own faith.
I never thought of it as faith, but I think you are right to call it that. Let the world see. Let them decide what to do. That was my faith. I became a missionary because the gods brought me hope that I wanted to bring to others. For a time, the truth sent me to a dark place. Then the day came when I realized nothing had changed, that I still had a purpose, and the purpose was the same and it was worth living for. I began questioning the other missionaries in public, exposing their parlor tricks. In time, their following became mine.
Is it true what you taught?
You asked me this once before. Nothing I can say would be any proof, and it may be certainty your soul craves. Resolution. But if you are bound for the same place Theos directs these souls, you will see for yourself, as you once did. Everyone faces this truth at one time or another. Few confront it. Few have the stomach to ask what if. And in avoiding the question, they deny themselves an identity of their own.
Evora scans her audience in silence, her eyes thoughtful, lingering on each member of your company in turn, finding interest in things unseen.
What if all the tragedy, all the persecution, came in defense of an imposter?
That's not... That can't be right. Aethys, he's done miracles for people.
The power of the gods is undeniable. The truth of the story they weave is not. What if it were forbidden knowledge rather than fault that earned your doom? What of your guilt?
Margren set a path for me. She is fickle and cruel, but that is how she teaches. You know nothing of the fires that have shaped me.
And what if the fires themselves were lies? Lies you told yourself to bridge the gap between experience and truth. What if you had always been alone, without guidance?
Well, as poorly as I've chosen my guides, I suppose it would be a comfort to know that I'm free of them.
The freedom has always been. It was the guidance that was the illusion. What if our burdens come to us not because they are meant to be, but because they happen to be?
We fulfill them anyway, because they still matter to the people around us, even if we know better.
What if the cycle of birth and death is nothing more than a tool of endless preoccupation?
The grieving mother returns Evora's gaze, nodding her head almost imperceptibly. For a moment, all is silent. What if we can be assured of nothing? Then the only value is the things we create ourselves. Only value is the things we create ourselves.
And in the lives we create, is this not the essence of motherhood? To create, cherish, nurture, to give of yourself for the sake of another.
There is bliss to be found in the things we create, but sorrow as well. Every creation bears the imperfections of its creator, and its creator's creator. Art and song are creations, but so are weapons and lies. We must be careful that our creations do not consume us. I ask these things not to trouble you, but to show why they must be confronted. No answer is simple, but somewhere between them all lies a truth so beautiful, not even a god could conceive it. Do we not owe ourselves a chance to find our part in it?
We do. Even without assurances, there is still truth.
If that is truly what you believe, then you are a far different person than the one I knew. I've been alone here with my thoughts for so long now. I've found peace with my failures and with my punishment. I no longer curse fate for what might have been. But there is one thing that has clawed and scraped at my mind all these years. One thing that will not be put to rest until I know. Until I understand. I need to know why you chose to remain with the Inquisition, even after you'd learned the truth. Do you remember?
I was afraid of what Theos might do to me if I didn't agree to it, I think is probably the choice there.
Woodica gifted him a great many things, but his ability to manipulate was always his own. Good. Good. The things I taught, the things I believed, I needed to hear that. I needed to know it wasn't because
I thought Theos was right. I needed to know it wasn't because after everything you'd learned, you'd still rather believe in a lie. If that is the conclusion people reach once they know everything, then my purpose has been a mistake. My opinion matters so much to you?
You were a blank slate to me once. A blank slate that I had taught the wrong things. I'd given you a false faith. I had to know I could undo what I had done. Redirect you to embrace the truth. You had heard both sides, seen everything. If not you, then who?
You're never going to be able to convince everyone of anything, true or not. There will always be dissent.
I expected dissent, but I needed to know that true faith would prevail. Perhaps I've been wrong to place so much importance on one person's actions. It was all I could do to feel like there was an answer. Even knowing what you've told me, some part of me knows it doesn't truly answer what I wished to know, nor will an eternity of silent contemplation. I will have only my guesses and suspicions, and that will have to do. And what of your understanding of our past? Are you at ease with the choice you made?
I see the world differently now than I once did. I regret what I did to you and wish you your forgiveness.
There is nothing to forgive. The fault was always mine. I led you down the path that led to Theos. When I tried to steer you back, it was too late. To have taught someone wrong is far worse than to have done wrong yourself. Long have I wished to make amends for this, but the time has long since passed.
To have taught someone wrong is far worse than to have done wrong yourself, especially if you were willingly teaching them wrong. If you are doing it through the order of, like, this is the best I can learn, this is the best I can know, and you have done your due diligence, it's not as bad. But if you are intentionally manipulating them and teaching them the wrong thing just to maintain peace, then you are doing wrong.
At first I thought this might be the source of your soul's anguish, but now I see I was mistaken. You are not divided on this matter. You have put it behind you. It is with Theos that your agony lies, in sun and shadow. Your questions are not for me, but for him. And it may be that only an answer from the mouth of Theos himself will satisfy your needs. Yet if there is anything I can tell you that would be of use, ask and you shall know.
Are you bound here until the end of time?
In a matter of speaking. This is Breath Yamen, the court of the penitents. Souls are confined here until they repent. They must beg the forgiveness of a god, pledge their soul to them, and they will be lifted from this place to the world above. In truth, they receive leniency, but not true mercy. The spite of Woodica is eternal. They linger above, at the side of the old court, and are not permitted to leave the island, forever severed from the cycle. This prison was full once in the days of the Inquisition, but time weathers all things, even will. I'm the only tenant who remains. Yet, I feel their presence strongly now, as it was in the beginning, You have brought many of them here. They cry out for the judgment of Theos. You have struck some bargain with the gods, then.
The other gods aid me because they want Theos destroyed. I owe them no debt.
They aid you because they would bend you to their own purposes. Engwith built gods from ideals, and an ideal on its own is a grotesque and vicious thing.
We might be breaking our oath.
But these souls, these forgiven, the gods have bequeathed you like chattel. They were loyal followers in life. They will be with you to the very end.
Why don't you repent? You could be free of this place.
Last time someone asked me that, I was bound to an iron wheel with a broken spine. There are many things I've come to doubt about the choices I made in life, but that trial was my one moment of certainty, even without a chorus of gods to tell me I had been right. The gods need to be reminded that we have a spirit, and that spirit is proof against their power. They have the power to manipulate and confuse and ruin us, but not to change our will. I will remain here until the world crumbles and fades from existence, with joy in my heart, knowing I've shown them what they truly are.
This place is Sun and Shadow. What is it? I could tell you what I believe, but again, it would be no proof. I have only what I have seen and what others have told me about it. There's only one man who can tell you now, who knows it to a certainty, and you shall face him soon enough. I will leave you to see it for yourself. Make your own judgments. Better for your soul that way, I think. How is it you speak to Adiran? I speak no language now, but the wordless expressions of the spirit. It is through my connection to you that I am able to draw upon your words and form them as my own. You know what I need from Theos?
I could not say for sure. But you have been to Sun and Shadow before, and it came at a crossroads in your life, when much of what you knew had been upended. I have to believe it will come to you there. Your concerns then were of loyalty and trust and the gods. Everything I told you seemed to send you further into doubt. His words mattered to you when you knew him then. After you and I spoke, you went immediately to seek him out. Perhaps you simply sought confirmation from the man you trusted. If something from that time still troubles you, it may be something he told you then, or refused to tell you. He keeps secrets better than any in this world.
Why has he done all this?
He cares only for the secret he keeps locked away. He destroys anyone who might discover it, no matter their chances.
Let's see.
That's why he's always favored Woodica. It isn't in her love of promises or justice. It's her disregard for the rules. Her willingness to do what is necessary. To Theos, she's not a deity, but an ally with which to conspire. When her power waxes, she does as she pleases with this realm, as well as hers. And she wants that secret guarded as much as he. If Theos succeeds, there will be a shift in the balance of power among the gods. Woodica was vanquished once, when the other gods decided she had gone too far, and her power diminished. With this infusion, there is no telling what she will do. The only certainty is that there will be chaos in their realm, as well as ours.
How can I get Theos to tell me what I need to know?
You will not find a more resolute being on all of Eora. There is no offer you could make, nor spell you could cast, nor pain you could inflict that would make him reveal what he hides. But I see you have become a watcher in this life. Perhaps in defeat, when he can no longer defend himself, you might learn something from him. Theos will not wait for you. If you do not catch up to him now, you may never find him again.
Do I do 1 or 4? Should I give her that option of joining us in the final strike against him? I don't think I can ask that of her.
For my part in leading you to Theos in the very beginning, I hope you can forgive me. I hope whatever final guidance I've given you here proves more useful. If ever we should meet again, in this life or any other, I hope to find you at peace.
When we have the footsteps. Ugh. Of course, we're gonna save and load, not to have that in the very ending of this. But we go down. I do think we're about to just straight up fight Theos. I don't think we're gonna have too many more fights to go through. Just in general. I'm looking forward to the ending to see what kind of ending we got, because I know that we get like scenes at the end. Off we go. We made our decisions.
So, it's true. The gods are a sham that people have followed for thousands of years.
Ooh. Is this gonna end badly? Maybe. Do we side with... We've only agreed to help one god. Okay, so this is a relatively small area.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we note a rather sharp drop somewhere around here?
Ring of Searing Flames. Combusting Wounds. We don't need that. We don't need any of the traps. Oh, intriguing. The souls, they aid us. Oh, it's a lot bigger than I thought it would be. They're lighting everything up. I wonder if there's a way down here without the gods.
Oh, full of surprises, aren't you?
Look at the size of this place.
Many spirits stir here, edged with anger, violence.
Can you do that again? I had something in my eye. I missed most of it.
And we do have dialogue with two of the characters, so hopefully it doesn't trigger it again, but we'll figure it out in just a minute. But yeah, we have dialogue with Aloth and Eater to figure out more about them. I do wonder, we still have Durance's stuff. We haven't completed. I don't care.
Well, doesn't that just beat all? Here I was, wondering all this time whether all these terrible things were people's fault or the gods. Turns out they might be the same thing. Wonder how things would have gone different 15 years ago if the Raid Sarens had been told their god was made in some forge or kiln someplace. Would we still have gone to war?
I doubt they would have fought if they knew. I'm gonna go with people were starving. They'd have rebelled sooner or later.
I could see the rebellion still happening, but I don't know that they would have invaded. I don't know. When Woden left for war, we, had a fight. As brothers will. About him going off to war. He was set on it. But my parents warned him. They said you get a new country with every trip across the border, but your god, you only get the one. Me? I didn't know who was right. All I knew was I didn't want him to go. It's the same for families as it is for gods. You only get the one. I said every vicious thing I could think of, trying to change his mind. He brushed it off. Just got me madder, of course, him being so calm. He said I should come with him, but he'd understand if I didn't want to. I I told him he'd better be able to face his god one day and answer for what he'd done. He said he'd keep that in mind. And then, he was gone. By the time I'd cooled off, months had passed. One morning it dawns on me that my brother always knew better than me. If he was so sure of what he was doing, then I should be there with him. I packed my things and was on the road that same morning. Of course, what I didn't know then was he'd already changed his mind. By that time, he was dead on that field.
You think he went to Wadewind because of what you said to him?
Crossed my mind. You live in a place like Gilded Vale. You don't have a whole lot else to do other than think about things you don't want to think about. I hope that wasn't it. I hope he went there because it's what he thought was right.
So if you'd gone with him, you'd have known why he changed his mind?
No. If I'd have left with him, we'd both be dead, so I don't know why I bother thinking about it. I found my own way in the end, and it wasn't my brother's and it wasn't my god's. I don't know if it was right. But I couldn't abide what Waidwen was doing to his own. God or not, I don't regret it. Whether Waidwen was Eothas, well, it hardly seems to matter after what we just heard. And all these questions I've been trying to figure out. I think I just miss my brother.
Let's be on our
Still
way.
One more mess we gotta straighten out. Come on, then. I still owe you one.
And Aloth.
We've been lied to. Our whole lives, and many lives before that. And it's led us to put our faith in a pantheon of gods that never deserved it in the first place.
Theos is wrong. Most people are fundamentally decent. Knowing the truth can only make them better.
You're right. People will be better off finding direction on their own than following this farce. Besides, the gods haven't exactly done much to prevent us from slaughtering each other. If anything, they've only given us more pretenses for doing so.
Sadly, that's true of a lot of religions.
Seems like that's all they've been doing of late. I've also been thinking, there won't be much left of Theos by the time you're done with him, if I know how you operate. That will leave the leaden key headless. Perhaps it's best it stays that way.
I just realized how weird that is. That was Matt Mercer talking to Matt Mercer. Oh. Do what you think is right.
Then let's face Theos. When this is all over, I'll make sure that no one is able to commit his abuses again.
Good. I think I just heard skeletons. That, or it was just a sound effect. The footstep thing again. I figured it would, but I was hoping it wouldn't. But yeah, I figured it would be after we do the dialogue with him that we'd just get it again. Mercerception. I mean, it's not the first time he's had conversations with himself online or in front of other people. I still find it funny whenever he has to do dialogue sections and it's like 3 people that are all voiced by him. For some reason, that tickles me quite a bit. Oh, we're getting diamonds from the dead. We can't get back out of here. I don't know. I mean, we could use them for crafting, I guess, but we already have a crap ton of everything. More boots of speed. Ooh, Egwythian shades. Okay, so they're not actually scary. Oh, how are we doing on spell slots? I think we're doing okay. Yeah, we're still good. Go ahead and get the corpses. I'm not even sure whether I want to be like grabbing stuff from the corpses at this point. This is another fulcrum point. Hi. Shadow Drake. I'm going to take out the shades first. actually hurting Eater? Listen here, you jerk. Chalky bits of bone break away between your fingers. So yeah, this is just a basic trial of dealing with relatively minor enemies. Our eventual goal is probably going to be down there somewhere, if I had to guess, judging by the paths that have lit up, because we have a little bit of a bridge there, but it looks like we're going to go and end up there. And unlike Divinity, we do not have a way to teleport people across, otherwise, easy mode it would be. I understand why they don't. It is perfectly reasonable. What are you? The shadows of the cavern suddenly lengthen and swallow you. When your eyes adjust to the darkness, you find yourself in the midst of what appears to be another vision. You're surrounded by mists. The ground feels springy under your feet. You imagine that as soon as you take a step, the soil behind you will erase all trace of your passage. As if on cue, the mist before you clear just enough for you to take a couple steps forward. You do, and the fog closes behind you. You continue for several minutes in this manner, one step at a time, never seeing more than the ground right in front of you. Eventually, rays of light cut through the haze, and you find yourself facing a canyon wall. Something whizzes past you just as you turn. You catch another whir of movement. Out of the mist flits a shape, small and round. You think you see another and another. They tickle the corners of your vision. You turn back to the canyon wall. The sun shifts along its path. What looked like a smooth rock face is the hollow of a cave. A figure steps out, its features shifting and changing before your eyes. The figure transforms from male to female, from Orlin to Amawa. Its bones lengthening and its fur receding into flesh. The only detail that remains constant is the smooth, eyeless face. The whizzing, rushing shapes from the mist converge on the figure as they form a spinning cloud. You realize their eyes.
You understand the value of a mystery watcher. A buried scroll, a hidden truth. These are my ways. You unravel a thread, watcher. One you have lost and discovered over generations. And following it to its end has only brought you back to the beginning.
Speak plainly. And drain the meaning from the end you have almost achieved. You search for answers to your past has led you to another mystery and one grander still. Ooh. We'll now see the Souls Theos is trapped. Yes, but what would you do with them?
A nebula of souls, blind and brimming with potential. The answer to Woodika's question and the beginning of yours. What would you do with them?
According to Hylia, it's possible to restore them to the Hollowborn.
A song the world knows and tires of. The droning chorus repeated again and again. Better the improvised melody, the unfolding chant.
Excuse me.
The listeners sit rapt, and just when they think they have the tune, it changes again. Even the gods require fresh mysteries.
Do not consign the souls to the fate of some god's choosing. You have found them, now scatter them across existence, their destination known to neither god nor mortal. Let them be lost again, new answers to new riddles. You say I shouldn't let a god decide their fate, but it seems you're asking me to do just that.
In a way. But something must be done, and hurling them from the machinery of other schemes is the truest course of action.
What would happen to their souls?
None know. They could end up anywhere in the realms of gods or mortals, whole or divided. Discovering them again and charting their course through the ether will be a new mystery.
What end would that serve?
No end, Watcher. That is the purpose. That is a word for endings, and this is but a crossroads. Even I do not know what you would choose.
I mean, we have worked on Whale's favor a few times. Let's clear out this side. Help, I'm being attacked. By what, them? Fine. Is that an actual dragon? No, that's just a drake above me. We can take it. Yes, I realize you're on top of me. We may need to rest after this, but it's not super necessary, I don't think. Okay, so what is this one's trying to send us? I think it sends us across this. Do we want to jump to the freestanding segment? I'm going to save before we do this in case something horrible happens. Spell ward amulet and the ring of overseeing. Meh. Not worth it to get a twisted ankle. I mean, technically, I just realized me pointing out Mercer talking to himself is one thing. I've actually been talking to myself this entire time as well. Conversations and stuff like that. So, I cannot judge. That looks like a corpse right there. It is. Is indeed a corpse. That's a door. That is likely to progress. So what is down here? Besides just garbage tier enemies. I do find it funny whenever we get that proc on the lightning thing and it just shreds everything nearby by stunning it. Okay, so that's just the end there. What is in the urn that it has to be off the beaten path? Scroll of Valor. So we have two paths. We have down and in. If this is a transition 2, we'll go through the door first. There is a corpse over there we can go grab in just a minute. This seems like it's going to be a transition that we have to take later, maybe? See what's over there. But yeah, it seems like the only path for us is going to be through that door, and then I think it's going to lead us down the steps to actually conclude the game. Oh no, exceptional scale armor. What will I ever do with it besides never equip it because we have better uniques? Oh, junk at the end of games is junk. Still have a couple more of those snicker thingies. Maybe I should do that while we're doing dialogue here at the end? Maybe. Snackums? Yeah, this is going to be a big fight. Why do I have a feeling this is going to be where the fight takes place? With all these souls as witnesses.
Are you ready to take the oath? To spread the word of the gods to the lost and heathen? I am trusting you to remain loyal to the gods in this. If you do not, you will have greater powers than me to answer to. But you will. I wouldn't ask this were there any other choice.
Yeah, this is the only way down.
This is a missionary, same as I was, taught the wrong things as I was. Oceanus. They have held off many would-be invaders.
You are ready to give a confession?
I am ready to hear one from you.
I have a feeling there's going to be more dialogue causing this again, but I'm going to load here. We're still going to murk him. It's not a problem. The question is, who do we side with? Who? I still think he's a very crazy person. Who is more crazy person than me or him? I think he is. Because he's trying to empower a god to take over the world. Whereas I am trying to liberate the people of said world. Memories of the ancients. And this is the great machine that is supposed to fuel Wodica. You've come to a circular room, grand and domed, and its walls lined with Audra and trimmed with copper. At the far end, a great pillar of Audra pierces the floor from below like a ragged spike. Its shimmering texture gives you the illusion of boundless depth. Your thoughts are yours and not yours, and they are all questions. At the base of the pillar stands Theos, a look of concern on his face as he notes your approach. I am definitely more crazy than Matt Mercer to respond to that one. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all others. Spinning madly in your mind, you don't dare ask it yet. You need some admission from him first, some hint of veracity of your suspicion.
You are far from your post, Inquisitor. What brings you here?
Your mind races, weighing different angles of approach, your emotions barely in check. The machine behind you, what does it do?
It has many uses, but its purpose is to bring structure to the chaos that surrounds it.
All the statues, who are they of?
They are monuments to Wodica's greatest servants among my people. I hope to join them myself one day, but my work is not yet complete.
Was Yvora telling the truth?
That woman sought only to destroy the foundations of peace and civility that my people sacrificed everything to build.
And what is this place?
We are in a sanctum holy to Wodica. There are others like it in service to the other gods. I come here often to pray for her counsel, and in this space I may be assured that she hears me.
Was the entire Inquisition based on a lie?
The Inquisition was based on the need to cut the flesh from a rotting wound.
You are shaking now, having lost all patience for tact. No more evasions. You have to know. Everything you believed, everything you have done for the gods. And really, if I have the choice, I will kill the gods. Did you lie to me when you said the gods could end suffering? Are there no gods?
What is a god? A higher power? A rewarder of good deeds and punisher of the wicked? Something men can turn to in their darkest moments when their days seem only like bridges from one tragedy to the next. Our gods are all these things.
Are there no gods?
We are in a sacred place within earshot of the gods themselves. This is not the time. You've been through much these past few months. You will return home and you will rest. When you feel you have recovered, you may rejoin us at the trials. The Inquisition is far from over, and I will have need of you. There are many who continue to spread the lies of the apostate. The Inquisition will not end until we have pronounced judgment on all of them.
His eyes linger on you. There's no mistaking the threat behind it. And your rage shrinks at the image of an iron wheel in your mind, monolithic and caked with the dried blood of thousands. You do not ask your question again.
How did you find it?
I didn't. It was Lady Webb.
Another in a string of acts of petty defiance. For all her knowledge, she always preferred spite over reason.
It was reason that guided her hand in this.
Then she should have obeyed. I ask one thing of all my followers. She was incapable. A waste of rare talent and intellect.
Her talent and intellect were far too great for her to live as your servant.
What of your cohorts, then? They have followed you to their deaths. Is it loyalty that brings them here? Or is it, as my agents suggest, that they have no direction of their own? You worshipped Aethys, did you not?
Your spies are good. What gave me away? The cape?
Yet when your god needed you the most, you chose your country.
We were being invaded, not by anyone who was acting like a god.
Then I should think your hometown gave you a hero's welcome when you returned.
They made cake. Hard to blame people for losing faith when it's the gods who are misbehaving.
The gods argue over how best to prevent Kith society from destroying itself. These disruptions would not be necessary were mortal instinct not so diseased. You built a weapon that delivered exactly as promised.
I served my goddess as you did yours.
Yet the other builders were slain, 11 of a dozen. Why not you? Were you somehow different? Redeemable in your god's sight?
There was a message there, whether she meant it or not.
Or was it merely that your goddess wanted you dead as well, and your delusions of importance prevented you from seeing the obvious?
A whore's beguiling charms, nothing more. But the spell's broke now, Theos. The trial's over. I know friend from foe, and I've come here now to see a foe repaid.
You were able to destroy a god because another god wished it. Without her hand to guide you, you could not strike at a god any more than you could strike the sky. You are impotent, and not just from the pox. State your name and purpose, young acolyte.
My name belonged to the gods and my hand to their service. No more.
You serve none but yourself. Without contact with your order, you can have no higher purpose. Only the base concerns of the flesh. You have cast yourself from our ranks.
And I should have done it years before. I'd rather live in uncertainty than servitude.
And that uncertainty would lead you where it leads everyone. To doubt, to emptiness, to the many cruelties inspired by disbelief. You will have to forgive your Grandmaster for remaining skeptical of his initiate's choices. You are far from home, dwarf.
I knew my hunt would send me a long way from Masuk. It was a challenge I was glad to undertake for my village.
A journey, then? It must be of some import to take you so far and to last so long.
What's important is that I'll return soon. And when I do, I'll spend my time where it matters.
So it was worth it, then, to tell a dying beast of things it neither understood nor had memory of. You are here because you are lost. The gods cannot reach everyone, I'm afraid. May you fare better in your next lives. I gather you have had your soul awakened. Why else would you shadow my footsteps like some stray mongrel? You think I have something to offer you, but our business was concluded long ago.
One of us is going to die in this room. You may as well admit your lie to me before that.
I answered your questions once. That your soul is not fit to accept the answers is of little concern to me. I lied to no one. Not to you, not to anyone. The gods are real. They are everything we need them to be, and the world is better for it.
You convinced me once that spreading your false faith would end atrocities, yet here you are committing your own.
The spread of our faith ended many such atrocities. I do what I must to ensure it continues to do so. The heart of this country has skipped a beat, nothing more. I have done far worse. I plunged the peaceful kingdom of Telosus into civil war. I slew the monarch of Desantio, whose people never knew hardship under his rule, and replaced him with a cruel despot who brought them to ruin. When plague arrived at the great city of Arborensis, I saw to it that the cure did not. They piled their dead outside the city in heaps that rose above their walls.
This is supposed to diminish the damage you've done here?
It is to show the proper perspective. There was a time, back when your soul was still a shapeless mist, when the world believed only in false gods. Thousands of them. Gods that told them to take slaves. Gods that told them to make war upon their neighbors and devour the slain. Gods that told them to burn their children alive and cover themselves in the ashes as a sign of their faith. But all that changed when they learned of the true gods. Our gods. All those misshapen, bestial instincts melted beneath the radiance of our God's majesty. You could see it in their eyes. That dull emptiness replaced with the glimmer of a kindled spark.
Teaching them there were no gods would have achieved the same
And
purpose.
replaced it with one far worse. Have you imagined this existence? The one the apostate would have created. We are not all so virtuous as she. Without our gods, the most wicked, the most tyrannical, they would take that power for themselves. But more than that, it would be a hollow existence. All mysteries forever unanswered. All purposes constructed from meaninglessness. No endings to bring closure. Only a wheel, turning without mercy, grinding our spirits to dust.
Better than to live a lie. Or do we want to say your way comes at too great a cost? Better than to live a lie.
Telling yourself each day that what you do matters, that it isn't all for nothing, that the world is just. The apostate's world is built on believing lies. All I have seen, the millennia of experience. I will not be dissuaded from this course. This is the only way.
You are controlled by your own doubts.
We are all controlled by our own doubts. Better that we should be relieved of them. With your soul and thousands of others, I will see this world purged of its suffering. Hear me, Woodica. Your servant calls for aid.
We are paused.
Croak 10!
Oh, giant things. Cool. Cool. You handle him. You handle him. We are gonna be dicks. Do we have Disintegrate available? No. You're going to turn to him. You are going to drop that there. You have absolutely nothing you can do besides just attack that one.
Mow it.
Get hammered, bitch. Oh, they're both barely injured. This is going to be a hell of a fight. Get that one going. Same for that one. Yeah, you guys just take out the annoying little friends. Eat my magic Theos. You do not get to exist. You do not get to pass go. You get to suffer. And Theos is dead. Now it is your turn Do the same to this guy, because he actually hasn't hurt the dog. We'll go with this one first. Although it hasn't really hurt them either.
Lavaru beyond seek.
3 of you go after that. He's trying to get the dog. Failing horribly. There's one down. That actually dealt some damage. At your feast rests the body of Theos, hollow, the dense wrinkles shaped by the silent shouldering of an eternal burden now smoothed across his color-drained face. His soul remains still for the moment, defenseless, its energy expended in defeat. It lies sprawled across his body like a death shroud.
After journeying for lifetimes, I can't imagine his failure, knowing it was all for nothing.
Thousands of souls he has tortured. Would that he could live those sufferings 1,000 times himself.
Some point, you have to look at the things your god is telling you to do. And ask yourself if it's worth it. He spent his lives, more than any of us will ever know. For what? Binding the world to a lie. Could a man like that ever be redeemed?
Give me your soul. With a deep breath, you plunge into Theos' soul. And where in Brackenbury it had been a maze of narrow corridors and dead ends, now it's expansive and borderless, its walls crumbling into heaps like the ruins of Engwith as you pass through them. You travel for what seems like ages, rushing to a known destination. A memory you glimpsed once before. At last you see it. No more than a pinprick of light at the end of a long tunnel, expanding slowly at first, then quickly as you near. You come out in the room you are standing in now, but it's new and pristine, and filled with people, thousands of them, all turned towards the great Audra pillar and the machine that encases it. Theos stands at the machine, and you are one with him now. You look out at the crowd, at faces of shriveled old men and cherub-cheeked little girls, at mothers bouncing infants to quiet them and fathers clasping their children's restless hands, and watching you with somber acceptance. A woman with tears in her eyes gives you a small nod. You turn back toward the machine, your breaths constricted beneath the weight of unwanted knowledge, perhaps preparing yourself to set out alone on a journey without end. You close your eyes and open them once again to find the machine still in front of you, beckoning. I'm calling it now. I have a gut feeling that each of these pillars is how each god was created. And yep, we are finishing up. How's it going, Mute? You take your place in front of it and place your hands upon a large mechanical disc at the base of the great crystal column and speak a single word. Giant rings creak to life, building speed, setting arrays of carved draconic mouths aglow, and sending tremors through the platform beneath you. The entire room shakes now with the force of the accelerating machine, all sound drowned out as deep, deafening thrum. Brilliant tendrils of light arc outward from the pillar in all directions, and you look over your shoulder to see them engulfing the crowd, burning them brightly like hot iron. One by one, the tendrils disappear, leaving ashen effigies where people once stood, many of them disintegrating into gray heaps under the stress of the tremors. And Durance is one of the few that I did not finish. Actually, I think I finished everyone else. I just got kind of burned out on Durance. You look above to the Audra pillar, and glowing spherical mass has begun to coalesce atop the column where the arcs converge. It grows and pulses, translucent and bulbous like some immense chrysalis, suspended in slow rotation as though it were being spun from the arcs of light. When the last arc disappears, the spectral mass hangs a moment, no longer rotating so bright you must shield your eyes with an outstretched hand. It seems to you as though it is looking at you. You bow your head in acknowledgement and look back up to see it melt into the pillar like warm candle wax. The pillar flares with a flash of light, bright as the sun itself, then fades to darkness. The machine slows down to an abrupt halt. When the last echo of its grinding cogs is past, the chamber is still, and you are alone. From all sides, reality begins to bleed in through the memory, and you find yourself in your own skin once more, looking down on Theos' lifeless body. You sense a listlessness to Theos' soul, an overwhelming fatigue that hinders its immediate escape and makes it vulnerable to manipulation. You feel as though your victory has given you some kind of hold over it, and you're able to do with it as you please. Oh, we have options. We have a lot of options. But yeah, Durance's one, I did his dialogue stuff as we were journeying and things like that, but never got to the end of it. I suppose I could have looked up how to do it, but he was a bit odd to me. Okay, so do we return it to the cycle? Do we tear it apart? Do we banish it? Only justice. You shall escape judgment no longer. Ooh, that is actually tempting. But it can be forgotten. It shall trouble neither of us any longer. I think we're going to destroy the memories.
No! You cannot allow this. He will have no reminders. He will not remember the message we wrote on his fragmented bones and carved into his flesh. The lesson we burned into his soul.
You were kinder to that man than I would have been.
You return to the landscape of Theos' memory, to the vast terrain of deceptions and crippling despair, and you can feel your agency in this world now, an ability to reshape the whims of your dominant will. You focus on a vision of pure emptiness, and your will becomes a swirling vortex around you, sweeping through the landscape and bearing away moments and lifetimes like some apocalyptic biowac that would tear away the essence of the planet itself. The storm builds until the very crust of the world peels from the fabric of the soul that anchored it. I'm going to snooze that. And it is borne off to the sky until it is too distant to observe. The last thing you see is a white void, boundless in all directions, unfettered by the shackles of experience and doubt. In the stillness that follows, a single word echoes through your mind, a word you spoke when you were one with Theos in an ancient memory. You realize it was the word that activates the machine. We have dialogue with everybody. I will start. I'll start with Eater.
Theos, he had hold of your soul from a long time back, seems like. You get what you needed from him?
I got an answer to an old question.
Well, those can be hard to come by, but maybe that's best. Forces you to find your own footing. You'll be feeling better soon, then. Good. That's real good. You got it figured out what you're going to do about all that?
Yes.
Got a lot of people out there thinking they've been abandoned by their gods. There's not much that'll put the fear in you more than that. You can take my word for it. If it was in my power, and I know it's not, but if it was, I'd find a way to give them the courage to face it. Not because they think there's some god looking out for them, but because they've just got it in them. And after what you've been through, though, I'm sure you got your own ideas. Better make it good.
Matt Mercer, number 2.
Astounding. I always knew the Leaden Key stood for something big, but I didn't quite realize what I'd gotten myself into. And now, you're in the middle of something even bigger. With a decision that will affect millions. But even if you send the souls somewhere specific now, who knows what the next turn of the wheel will make of them? We can't really control what happens to them. Nor should we try. I had to see the monster Theos had become to realize that.
I won't leave something this important up to chance.
It's your decision, of course. And whatever you decide, I'm glad our paths crossed in Gilded Vale.
Weeping Mother next.
Theos may be gone, but his crimes, the wounds he has inflicted, remain. Yet before you lies an opportunity to heal, to restore. Only through the healing of families, repairing the bonds between parent and child, reforging the shattered links between generations, can the Deerwood be knit whole once more.
You're right.
People will long remember the legacy. Let them also remember the healing that followed.
Okay, you are next.
Never thought I'd see something like this in my travels. Lends a little perspective, doesn't it? All of these notions of who we are, what shapes us. None of it really matters, does it? And yet, if we could heal these broken families, I suppose our journey would be worth something.
Thank you for traveling with me.
I'd probably still be twiddling my thumbs by the side of the road if you hadn't come along. Thanks for bringing us this far.
And finally, Dickweed.
Ah, the end of the road greets us at last. You fared well, Watcher. Better than any Watcher has right to. Seems you were afield in need of a flame's cleansing. But with that trial's end, a new one begins. A God's trial. And I will stand in judgment without mercy.
Quick save. Actually, might do a hard save here. Judging the gods. And yeah, the time is a little bit misleading. We've probably got about 87 to 90 hours in this. With your companions bearing witness, you step up to the place where Theos once stood before his people long ago. The great machine lies in front of you, idle, ready. You've seen this machine and others like it in operation. You understand how it works. It is a device for directing souls. As a watcher, it would be a simple matter to influence that direction, though as big as the machine is, it may be the last thing you ever do. There's a shrieking of stone grinding against the stone as old cogs loosen and begin to turn. You have only moments before the souls will be sent into the Audra vein. This will be your only chance at redirecting them. Return the souls to the bodies they were intended for. You close your eyes and expand your perception outward, taking in the immense totality of the tens of thousands of souls orbiting the chamber. Your grasp on the souls is tenuous. You find yourself fighting to keep them all within your influence, and you can feel them slipping away from you as the machine gains speed. A brief moment comes when it feels as though you hold all of them at once, and their force is so great it feels as though they will tear you apart. In that moment, you dedicate your entire being to bending their orbit, channeling their flow in a new direction.
At your command, the ancient device became your instrument, spinning to life with deafening resonance and gathering up the swirling essence like thread on a great spindle. There, in the pale, pulsing glow of the machine that set you on this path long ago, you summoned all your strength, focusing on your objective and blocking out all else. With a single concussive blast that rocked the chamber and sent you tumbling to the ground, you freed the souls from their stasis. Exhausted, your consciousness slipping away, your last sight was of the machine, dark and dormant. Then your eyes closed, and sleep welcomed you at long last. After coming to and searching for some time, you discovered the route Theos used to enter Sun and Shadow, and embarked on a long and arduous ascent back to the surface. You emerged in Ter Evron after days of tunneling through the rubble Theos had left behind, and when you stepped into the daylight, you were faced with a different Deerwood than the one you had left. At your direction, the souls diverted by Theos were guided back to the vessels originally meant for them. For the first time, parents of hollow-born children woke to the cries of their infants and looked into their eyes to see them staring back. People fell to their knees where they stood, thanking Helia or Mogren or even Aethys for their forgiveness of whatever guilt they felt they bore. But for all the relief that had come to some parents, others only found new grief. For many thousands of Hollowborn had died during Wide One's legacy, many by their parents' own hands. For those children, there would be no homecoming. Yet the last Hollow birth was in the past now, and those parents willing to risk trying for a new child were frequently rewarded, often with twins. Many felt they saw Helia's hand in it, and the year would be remembered as the year of Helia's splendor. Lord Radric's zeal had brought him back to life once, but it would not do so again. Radric's destruction at your hands spelled the end of his suffocating rule over Gilded Vale and the surrounding area. In his absence, the village prospered, becoming a popular destination for new settlers anxious to leave Defiance Bay after the riots. Without a nearby ruler, it also grew more wild, with many settlers moving on as soon as they'd arrived, turned off by lawlessness that was excessive even by Deerwooden standards. Nevertheless, despite the challenges of living there, Gilded Vale had survived, and would continue to survive for the foreseeable future. Following the assassinations of Duke Avar Wolfgren and Lady Webb, Defiance Bay was thrown into political upheaval. In the ensuing weeks, the streets had become the domain of looters and blackguards. Few dared to step outside their own doors alone or unarmed. But once the dozens had regrouped in the wake of the riots, they quickly put an end to the criminal activity, patrolling the streets in droves and administering their brand of law on any perceived offenders. They also took the opportunity to depose the weakened Knights of the Crucible from their position of authority, branding them traitors to the people for their actions during the riots. Whatever knights weren't stoned to death in front of their keep were forced into exile. The external contingent of knights stationed at Fleetbreaker Castle would remain there, their high justice plotting the city's recapture. The dozens would soon find themselves overwhelmed by the problems of a leaderless metropolis, and in the days and months ahead, Defiance Bay remained on the brink of collapse. Though the machine atop Ter Noaneth had been disabled, it had not seen its last use. Heritage Hill was rebuilt, and no sooner had the first families moved in to resettle the district than members of the Leaden Key, acting under standing orders from their Grand Master, climbed the tower and reactivated the machine. The initiates slew a handful of the new settlers under cover of night, and watched as history repeated itself, the victims reanimating and devouring the survivors. After this second incident, the district would remain abandoned. The Duke's assassination at the apparent hands of an animancer had caused catastrophic rioting in the streets of Defiance Bay. But those who had escaped the melee and the palace hearings remembered the testimonies of the strange guest who had shown up that day and absolved animancy, implicating the Leaden Key instead. The rumor spread quickly, and soon the popular belief was that the assassin had been a Leaden Key spy. When the legacy had lifted, people came to see it not as a sign that the riots had been according to the gods' wishes, as Theos had hoped, but as a confirmation that animancy had never been the source of the problem in the first place. Deerwoodens instead convinced themselves that the riots had somehow purged Defiance Bay of Leaden Key spies, and that the end of Whitewind's legacy was their well-deserved reward. The rage against animancers was quickly forgotten, and those who had survived were permitted to return to Brackenbury Sanitarium and rebuild it so they might resume their studies. Abidon's renewal brought new vigor and purpose to a god long known for quiet, steady labor. Handicraft saw a revival in the Deerwood, and no smith wanted for an apprentice. Additionally, Abidon's restored interest in preservation led to redoubled efforts to survey Engwithan ruins. Animancers and craftsmen alike found much to study, but tensions with Aer Glanfath rose. As for Stalwart, the Battle of Caeron's Scar only strengthened their resolve to unlock the mysteries of Durgan steel and build new marvels with the White Forge. However, Stalwart's ambitions brought them into further conflict with the Raid Serens, as more and more impoverished communities gathered at the border and vowed to finish the work of the Iron Flail. It would be many generations before the region saw peace. The Flames That Whisper clan found a cautious peace with Stalwart, particularly once the villagers heard of the aid the ogres had offered against the Eyeless. The clan moved back into the Russet Wood, and as Stalwart grew in prestige, the villagers formed a tighter alliance with their ogre neighbors. Within a generation, ogre traders visited Stalwart, and village hunters were welcome in the Russet Wood. Harmka's death had brought the Devil of Carrick little satisfaction. In time, her taste for vengeance soured. What replaced it was a hunger to feel something, anything, new. Summer had thinned the snowpack twice over when she felt the joint at her elbow first begin to stiffen. She turned her back on the hopes of animancy and civilization and walked east. She pushed through the mountains, past Raid Ceres, and into the broad plains of Ishamiddle. She had forgotten what it was like to simply journey, no goal or destination in mind. Though she felt nothing more than the steady thump of her feet on the road, the endless horizons and grassy meadows were new to her. She measured her time in the gradual rusting of her body and was satisfied. Her movements slowed, but so did the world around her. Waist-high grasses undulated and tacked in the wind, as gradual as the tides. Sparrows and blackjays made steady pilgrimages across the sky, each flap of their wings a solemn salute. She could hardly move when she found something she had never seen before, the ocean. With the last of her strength, she pulled herself beneath the water, content at last to feel the movement of currents and the constant caress of the waves. Once Maneha had made peace with her memory, she decided the time had come to face her more recent past. For the first time in decades, she returned home to Rawatai, and she found that it had changed as much as she had. New districts had sprung up along the coast, while others withered into crumbling husks, and the streets had changed their course as surely as rivers. Her parents wept with joy at her return. They still ran the old spice shop, and in its many aromas and flavors, she found memories of the places she'd traveled and the people she'd known. She told her story, bottle by bottle, and began to build a life on the soil she knew best. The fortress of Cadnua emerged as a bastion of security in the midst of an untamed land, becoming the envy of every thane and earl in Deerwood. Legend grew over time of its impregnability, and stories of formidable invaders easily scattered by the keep's defenses became popular around the hearths of Deerwoodinians. Likewise, it also became a beacon to travelers, merchants, and visiting dignitaries alike. Reputed as the finest fortress in all Deerwood, people would journey from near and distant lands alike to experience its fabled hospitality and grandeur. The Audra dragon known as the Master Below, her soul now housed in the body of the huntress Fallen Roet, passed out of Deerwood in relative anonymity, her final destination unknown, even to herself. She was last seen in the port town of Rhodes End, boarding a ship, an Audra talisman glowing about her neck. Adair chose not to return home to Gilded Vale. Still most comfortable far from cities, he settled in Deerford, which, like many towns in the Deerwood, was beginning the slow process of rebuilding. Believing now that it was the obligation of Kith to be the leaders their gods had not, Adair was soon named mayor of the town, and under his guidance, Deerford soon began to prosper. He expelled the last of the Scanites from the area and drew new settlers with the offer of land, a trick he had learned from someone he otherwise preferred to forget. With each passing day, Deerford would come to more closely resemble the Gilded Vale of Adair's childhood, the one worthy of its name. When the dust settled in sun and shadow, Aloth looked upon the remains of Theos Ixarchanon, his former master. He saw where the Grand Master had gone wrong and what would be required to undo the harm Theos had wrought. With a flick of his wrist, he burned Theos's robe, headdress, and every other symbol of the man's power. Never again, he vowed, should Kith live in fear and blind obedience to an authority they did not understand. Armed with the knowledge and courage he had gained on his journeys with the Watcher, he set out on the long and lonely task of dismantling the Leaden Key. With the Watcher's goals accomplished and his own vows fulfilled, Kanorua sailed back toward Rawatai, thinking on the lessons his travels had provided him. By the time he landed at Tekoa, he understood what his path must be. Standing before the Lore College, Kanorua explained that the tablet he sought had been destroyed, and so a true interpretation of the Tonvi Oratoa could no longer exist. The people of Rawatai would have to create their own. He described the many strange things he had seen in his travels, and announced his intent to pursue the accumulation of knowledge abroad, seeking answers to new questions. True to his word, Kana soon set sail on yet another expedition, and in Tekoa, his passionate accounts inspired many to follow in his footsteps. With Theos defeated and the souls released from Sun and Shadow, healthy children were born once again in the Deerwood. The grieving mother sought a place where she might do penance for the birthing bell. She returned to Deerford, where, to the astonishment of the villagers, she delivered the first healthy child in over a decade. She remained there, and with each new birth, she saw a measure of hope restored to the Deerwood, and a measure of grace for her own troubled past. Durrance continued to blame Woodica for the atrocities of the Saints' War. Believing Magrin to have been a pawn in the machinations of the Queen that was, and feeling that Theos's expulsion had been a step towards reconciliation with his goddess, Durrance tried for a time to reopen communication with her. When only silence came, he took it as a condemnation of his continued existence. Ultimately, he built a pyre and threw himself upon it, using his own shattered staff as kindling. After 5 years of searching for Persoc, Sagani's 4-month journey home felt longer still. The Deerwood, Aer Glonfoth, the Valian Republics became places on a map, endless expanses of green between her and Nasitok. Her homecoming was celebrated by all of Masuk, yet it was the reunion with Kalu and their children that truly brought her joy. She relinquished her role in the long hunts, and ever after, she and Itumak spent their days working in the village and their nights at her hearth. She watched her own children and their children grow and thrive. When she finally passed, she lay surrounded by the affection and tears of 5 generations. For you, the death of Theos brought an end to your waking visions and a silence to the whispers of the past. In their absence, you were able to sleep. The questions of a distant lifetime ceased to trouble your soul. All that remained was what to make of the answer. But at the moment, there was little to be done, and the matter would have to wait. A long journey loomed ahead.
I think we have the credits. Yes. Overall, that's about the ending I expected. I did not expect a good ending. I expected a sort of middle-of-the-road ending because we did make compromises for the immediate welfare of things rather than the long term. So, like the tower, I was expecting that to be that way. We did not get to temper the Forge God because we didn't get enough side quests done before doing that to actually get that on our side. And yeah, I enjoyed it quite a lot. Hey, Garbage Pail. Thank you for the GG. I had a lot of fun with this. I might do a second run of it someday. Not right away, but someday I might do a second run of it, and we'll probably do custom characters if we do that with players. As far as Pillars of Eternity 2, we'll be starting that probably on Wednesday. The Wednesday after this one ends, because I'm not going to start an entire playthrough with just one day to do it, and then have to start basically half a week later on the next part of it, because we are still doing DOS 2 as well. But overall, definitely enjoyed it. Definitely a lot better than my first few times bouncing off of it. Slightly sad that I went with Wizard. I think I should have gone with a different class as an initial one. I kind of wish they would give you a suggestion for it. Only real bad bug that we ran into was the footstep one. The rest of them were fine. Music is great. Voice acting was good. Though it does feel like sometimes there were like lines missing. But yeah, I'd definitely play this again. I'd definitely recommend it to anyone who likes Baldur's Gate or anything like that. But on that note, I'm going to go ahead and call this a stream, because we've been at this for a little bit, about 5.5 hours. Not a full stream, but close enough. So let's see, do we have anybody who's playing something similar on our lists? I need to release my mouse from the constrainment of the game. Let's see who all is doing stuff. We only re-raided them recently, so I can't raid them again. I will raid. Hey, Army is doing Pathfinder: Wrath of the Righteous. Yes, we will raid them. How does that sound? That is another game that I'm going to be covering fairly soon. Probably after Pillars, because we'll be doing Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 with Gablin. Because I've already played those, so playing it with somebody else is more interesting to me. But either way, have fun at the raid. Hopefully they're having fun with Pathfinder, and I will see you guys next time.